And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to something different, something special. Welcome back to the December finals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup 2025! Exclamation mark! Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. I'm Coach SI VIP, and we have 8 amazing players ready to rumble. Let's go, baby, let's go. If you look at the brackets, we do have a very unique bracket and a unique setup. It is going to be a Protoss half versus a Terran half. We'll get into it. For now, though, we have our first series. It's going to be a best of 3 PvP and spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet. We have the teal Protoss player from Canada. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. For Team Liquid, it is SKillous. We go. So we get our PvP, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PvP. I will say, initially we were going to be jumping into Classic versus Cristiano, but Cristiano is currently MIA, and hopefully we can find him. Hopefully he's able to be present to compete and to play his series, to play in the initial match. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. For the time being, though, we do have our initial openers. 2 gate versus 2 gate. Everything looking normal for the time being. And of course, welcome everyone. Happy holidays. Feliz Navidad, baby. Feliz Navidad, of course, as we have now wrapped up with Christmas and heading towards the new year. We're almost there, baby. We are almost there. Until then, though, we have initial openers. Something a little bit interesting here is that SKillous is going for his gateways here further back, actually walling up and setting up here closer to his nexus. Meanwhile, Trigger setting up his gateways across the map instead, walling off the ramp. So slight variation here. SKillous will eventually wall up and wall off, but it's going to be a bit of a delayed wall off. Trigger may attempt to punish this with Adept Harass. For now, Sentry expand. You can see SKillous skipping his second unit here. SKillous cutting corners, going for a faster nexus. Meanwhile, Trigger opening up a Sentry Stalker. Oh, yeah, there you go. You see the cancellation. Bam, we go straight into the nexus. So a greedy build here by SKillous. Very, very greedy. SKillous does cut some corners. Meanwhile, Trigger is playing a little bit safer. He reacts, though. He cancels his own Stalker. He reacts with his own nexus. It is going to be slightly delayed, but it is a reaction to SKillous's faster base. So both players cutting corners, both players going for a more economic start. Again, SKillous slightly faster than his opponent, only slightly. But otherwise, we have a pretty tame start. I'll be honest, like coming into a PvP, I'm expecting, I was getting ready here for non-stop one base all-ins, but we're slowing things down at least early on here in our series. Here we go. So players are going to be opening up. We have our hallucinations scanning across the map, checking for tech. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Trigger. Likewise, Twilight Council also the tech of choice for SKillous. So honestly, mirrored builds. Mirrored builds. Again, slight variation here and there with SKillous having a slightly faster nexus, but only by a couple of seconds. We can see here by what, 5-ish seconds, maybe a little bit more than that. But slightly faster base, slightly faster saturation, and SKillous with a slightly better economy. Otherwise, by calming things down, we do see Trigger scouting the fringes here of the map, just making sure there's no hidden dark shrine or pylon or gateway or stargate or anything like that. So Trigger setting up both hallucinations, SKillous doing something very similar as well. Also scouting, also checking. Interesting. So SKillous, he does have the first major deviation. Instead of warping in additional Stalkers, SKillous, he warps in Adepts. Now this tells me that actually, Trigger, before I get ahead of myself, Trigger rushing to a fast third nexus. Incredibly fast third base, hyper greed out of Trigger. SKillous does scout, he does confirm, and he is looking to make his way into the mineral lines. Remember, 2 Adepts, they can one-shot probes, so he has harassment options, but very nice force. Oh my god, the force fields are crazy. Trigger, he shuts down the Adept, nice slam on the first Adept, so the second one does try to get away, and will be able to, but again, a nice pick off out of Trigger. Nice pick off of SKillous, he reacts with his own third base, but it's similar to the opener where technically Trigger has the faster third, as SKillous trying to respond with his own. But what's interesting to me is that SKillous didn't react with an all-in. Again, he's trying to catch up. So we're rushing into the mid game. this is almost like this is very similar to a European PvP. We bring this up all the time, but like the European meta of PvP is usually a little more mid-game oriented. From the Korean side, we have a little more aggression, a little more chaos, a little more all-ins, but here we're just rushing into the mid-game, rushing into greed. Let's go. Here we go. So players are opening up. Building up more stalkers for Trigger. Likewise, SKillous could be building up his immortal counts, so he's already getting into his second immortal. Trigger, he himself is going to be delaying his immortal production. So as the game progresses, I do give the edge to SKillous with a higher immortal count, but it's only if he can hit critical mass, right? He has to build up that army. Currently, he's vulnerable. Trigger, he does scout the immortals. Snipes one sentry. Nice pickup. Trigger doesn't lose a single unit. Picks up a sentry, pulls away. Trigger does threaten a dive. Again, SKillous getting into his third immortal. Sorry, assumed a third immortal. No, going for his Prism. Prism is on the way to eventually move out, with players building up their gateway armies. Trigger once again trying to pick up another sentry. Doesn't get it this time. He's been sharking around. Oh. SKillous, he is committing, and the Prism is here. He's ready for the warp-ins. Now, when it comes to the main armies, again, SKillous, he does have the immortal lead. Meanwhile, Trigger, he has more Zealots and more Stalkers. So Trigger has a larger gateway army. Does more in a couple of hallucinations. Try to bait out this charge. Yeah, trying to bait out the charge. Better concave here for Trigger. Shield battery is going to be factoring in as well, but is it going to be enough? SKillous, he's slowly trying to make his way through. He's gonna lose all those Zealots though. Yeah, massive Archon volleys. The Zealots, they go down. And Trigger is breaking through. He's breaking through. He's getting himself the Prism, and he will barely deny the warp-in. Warp-in is denied. Those immortals, they still do so much in the back line though. They still do so much damage, but in the end, it's gonna be enough to force SKillous back. Whew. Trigger, he barely does hold on. Trigger holds. But SKillous did save both of his immortals. Did retain them. He still got him, Pat. Still got him. Trigger still trying to build up. SKillous warping extra waves. Going for another push. Again, 10,000 feet. It's a very small map. Doesn't take long to reinforce, and here comes wave 2. Comes that second wave, and SKillous does have the army supply lead. He has a massive Zealot lead as well. Up in Zealots, up in Immortals. He's diving in. There are 3 Archons behind this for Trigger, but yeah, they're not all attacking. There's some wasted DPS there. So well position for Trigger. SKillous moving his way forward. Oh no! Immortal gets thrown away. Some nice juggling here by Trigger. The boys are being pulled. He's forced to pull the boys. But again, I believe SKillous should have enough. It's still quite close. It's still getting close here. Zealots are helping. They're getting some of the Immortals. They're going for another warp-in. Oh my god, just barely snipes both Immortals. Okay. Oh my god. It's still so close. But Trigger, he'll lose the mineral line. 18 probes go down. Trigger, he survives, but at the cost of an entire mineral line here. Hefty cost there for Trigger. Oh, denies the warp in, okay. Trigger, he's got +2. True. +2 is done. Technically, Trigger, he has a greater army here with the Archon. Oh. And yes, Trigger, he lost the mineral line, but he has a 4th base. True. Remember, Trigger, he was up in expansion, he was up in workers. Trigger, he could afford some of those losses. SKillous only just now getting a fourth. SKillous, there's a reason why he was the aggressor. The goal was to end the game. And now SKillous falling behind economically and also behind in the upgrades. +3 has begun. +3 starts off a Trigger. SKillous is not begun +2. The longer this game goes on, the better it's going to be for Trigger. SKillous, he has to end the game soon. He has to end it. Ooh, Trigger out of position. Yeah, completely out of position. More probes going to be going down. Zealots are in both the third base and the fourth. And Trigger, he F2'd into his main. Went all the way into his main base. And it was another 6. Not too many losses here. True. Not too many losses. As Trigger, who'll chase SKillous. He wants that Archon. He's going to get it. And not bad. It's the Archon towards the end. We're getting very messy. Prism here to harass once again. SKillous getting ready for another drop. Another run by. But this is still not good enough. And again, +3 is on the way. SKillous, he needs more damage. Up. Celtic into the natural. Main army's moving in. Trigger, this time he's in position. This time Trigger's ready. And Trigger, he can take the fight. He's diving on the Zealots, diving the Archons. SKillous, he has to get the hell out of here. He has to get out. No. And Trigger, he's pulling this off at the same time, though. That's a lot of probes going down in the main, forcing a recall even. Does force a recall of Archons. Ooh, +3 is depowered. Okay. Depowers +3. But Trigger, he can still pull this off. He's doing both. He's defending and attacking. Catching out the Archon, cleaning up all the Zealots. Still will cost Trigger 12 probes, but again, he had that economic advantage. And he defends. Trigger, he successfully defends. And there it is. GG gets called. SKillous, he runs out of steam, and Trigger, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Whew. As Trigger does take the initial game, does take a lead in the series against SKillous. He was completely all in, but the all in did fail. Trigger barely holding on, had the faster fourth base, the higher probe count. He had +2 and +3 on the way as well. SKillous was on a timer, and again, we saw that Trigger, he was able to get a better initial concave. The shield batteries came into play, of course, as well, and Trigger, he barely held on. GG. It was close. It was very close. GG, well played. Trigger takes the lead in the series, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. As I'm catching up with the chats, are these two matches played at the same time? Yes. And also, is this pre-recorded? No. As the shout out to Cash in for responding, of course. We never do anything pre-recorded. I think Wardy does some pre-recorded stuff, but that is something we don't do here on the CranKy Ducklings. We don't like pre-record. If we do have a replay cast, it is stated in the title of the stream, so it'll say like Sparkly Tunica replay cast. We've never done that either, but if we ever do like a replay cast of an event, it says replay cast in the title. This is live. And again, the way that the quarterfinals is going to work here is that we're going to be casting 2 series or covering 2 series at the same time. For those that are curious, for those that want to tune into Classic versus Cristiano, which is happening at the same time as this series, Indy, I mentioned earlier, but Indy, he's the Polish caster. He is casting at the same time. He is covering the Cristiano versus Classic series. So Indy, he's got you covered with the other PvP. We have you covered with Trigger and SKillous. So both matches are happening at the same time, and there are 2 separate casts covering those matches as well. But yes, can confirm, chat is pre-recorded. Cap. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the teal Protoss player. We have the Canadian Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player for Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Here we go. Oh, as it is SKillous. As I do apologize, it looks like the YouTube stream did drop. I do know there was some issues with it earlier, so I do apologize. Looks like there's going to be a second VOD for YouTube. Aye. It's marriage, papi, it's marriage. As we are getting into game two, once again, 2-gate opener out of versus 2-gate opener. We do see SKillous once again going for the gateways further back here, closer to the Nexus. Once again, this means that the wall off here at the ramp is going to be delayed, and this does give an opportunity here for a Trigger to get some damage done with the depths. So depth harass is going to be an option here. As the gateways are being thrown down. Trigger actually opting not to probe scout. Very interesting. So no probe scout at a Trigger, so he's blindly going to be opening up, blindly going to be settling in. For all he knows, there could be a missing pylon, there could be a proxy, so this is a very risky maneuver here from Trigger, especially on Winter Madness, a map that is quite large and I would say known for proxies. There's a lot of proxy locations. Trigger, the Gamba is real. Gamba is real. SKillous, of course, scouts. He confirms both pylons are in the main base, so SKillous will eventually confirm the opener of choice. It's going to be a Stalker Adept out of Trigger. Meanwhile, SKillous opening up Stargate. Stargate before Nexus, so delayed expansion, faster tech, faster Oracle harass. Trigger also going for his own Stargate opener, and no one scouts each other. What I mean by that is that Trigger, of course, no probe scout, but SKillous, his probe gets zoned away, so SKillous doesn't see what's happening either. They're blindly going Stargate, and they should blindly go Oracle as a result, and blindly looking for damage. Oh boy. Everyone's blind, Pat. I mean, SKillous less so than Trigger, but neither player is fully aware of what the other's up to. Trigger with the slightly faster Nexus, only slightly. And things are about to get chaotic. About to get crazy. Here we go. Here come the Oracles. Again, Oracle for Trigger, Oracle for SKillous. If either player had scouted each other and confirmed the tech of choice, then we would be seeing a Phoenix. A Phoenix could hard counter the Oracle, gain map control, and take a massive lead. But because no one knows what's going on, both players are blindly opening up Oracle. Now we do see SKillous with a shield battery here at the natural. He does fully wall off with the battery here in the main base. It should be a cancellation. But what I'm getting at is that there's no battery in the mineral line. So there's nothing to defend and nothing to protect those workers. First Oracle moves out with both players. No one has a shield battery in position. Trigger does have his stalkers ready in the main, and they find each other. Yeah, they do come across each other. Technically, one of them could be a hallucination, but for the most part, they should take this seriously. Phoenix production has begun, and Trigger, he's keeping up with the first Oracle. And Trigger is in position. So is SKillous. And the Oracle, so far, they find 0 damage. The Oracle steps in. Oh, gonna be zoned away. And from here, the game will continue. Trigger, he does make a Phoenix behind this. But did he cancel? Oh. He did. Okay, so Trigger, he cancels the Phoenix. So does SKillous. The reason for this, if you notice, Trigger did scout the Stargate. Did confirm there was nothing else in production. So no one makes a Phoenix, just a single Oracle, and so far neither one has paid for itself. Oh, Oracle's zoned away. Oh, SKillous, oh, he rallies in. Yeah, SKillous rallies in. Late reaction, and SKillous, he barely gets away, but takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Ay. Now, thankfully, SKillous does keep the Oracle alive, but does keep it alive, but does take a lot of hull damage. Pulls away. How can you pre-record live games? We'll find a way, Bobby. We'll find a way. So here we're pulling away, we're backing up. Trigger the first to expand. Nice cheeky stasis trap here to delay the expansion. Oh! Okay, catching out the Stalkers. SKillous cannot take the Nexus. Technically, it could try to expand here towards the center of the map, but it would be such a difficult base to maintain. And SKillous, he's contained on 2 bases. SKillous is contained. A Trigger over time, gaining that economic lead. Needs a little bit more time. Third base is on the way. And SKillous, he could make a choice here to throw down extra gateways and to go into a 2-base all-in, but no, he goes for a delayed third base. But he's moving out. He's applying pressure. He needs to. The pressure is on SKillous. He has to find some damage. Checking the unit count here, we do have a slight Stalker lead here for SKillous. Stasis Trap is on the way. The Oracle for triggers across the map, not at home to defend. So no defensive Stasis Trap. Ooh, nice snipe. Snipes a shield battery, that was a kill, not a cancel. Slightly better concave for SKillous. Better concave, kills one of the Stalkers. Nice snipe. Going for the pylon as well. Overall, decent pickoffs. This is nice and all, but still not enough. SKillous so far just bleeding back trigger. Oracle across the map. Ooh, finding no damage. There was a Stasis Trap in the mineral line. Yeah, Stasis Trap did catch 3 probes. At the same time, Stasis Trap here into the natural. Trigger pulls away, losing 3 probes. Oh my god, almost baited in. Gasito. Almost baited into the stasis. And as it all settles, Trigger, he does defend. He defends, he holds onto his third base. SKillous is catching up in the worker count. Remember, he did kill 3 probes. Up. Trigger does catch 2 workers here at the natural. The economies are evening up. I say evening up, SKillous does take a worker lead. We're calming down. We're calming down, building up our gateway armies. Charge on the way, +1. Trigger, he has yet to begin his own charge. Bear that in mind. No charge yet. Oh, even made a safety void rage. I did miss that. I don't know if that was... okay. So Trigger, he was a little bit terrified. Void Rays, they do have their place in PvP as a defensive tool early on, but here in the mid-game, it doesn't really have too much uses. You could argue it could try to zone away and hunt down the Oracle or shut down a Warp Prism, but yeah, not ideal. Just when it comes to how much value the unit can give you in this kind of game state. Still no charge at a trigger, so he's focusing on a purely Stalker composition. Purely being Stalkers, taking extra gases as well. Meanwhile, SKillous is staying on a lower gas count to afford more charge lots. Meanwhile, Trigger trying to keep up. Stalkers, they do push in towards the natural. And they're moving in. Stalkers, they try to get into the middle line. Nice depowering. Delays +2. Yeah, Trigger just out of position. Trigger gets caught out. Nice use of Stasis Traps once again. Catching out Trigger. SKillous pokes in. Pulls away. Slips into the third. Nice damage. Important to note as well that Trigger, of course, he scouts a lack of gases, so he's aware of the composition. I believe we would have seen the charges previously anyway. As they'll say peel off for a run by. They're ready on the right hand side. Oh, those are slow lots. Now, I had assumed that it was intentional that Trigger, I mean, he took his gases. But I guess just trying to spend his money. We got some slow lots in the mix. Let's go. It might not be intentional that Trigger didn't get charged. Which is a little bit awkward. I mean, they can still be of some use here, especially defensively. Obviously, SKillous' army is going to be pushing into Trigger. But there it is. Charge is on the way. Very delayed, very late. But so far, at least Trigger isn't punished for it. As he does maintain his 4th. So both players getting up to 4 bases. Building up their armies. Trigger again, actually both players have a comparable Stalker count. Trigger with slightly more Zealots. Upgrades are even. +3 has begun for both players. Oh! Nice aces. Very nice. Yeah, catching out 6 Stalkers. But the Oracle finally goes down. This is buying time though. SKillous, he has time. No defensive shield batteries. Yeah, no batteries at the 3rd. The cannons may help. See Skill setting up for a surround or a flank. Never mind, actually going for a run by. Okay, bold move. He's moving out. And catching up the slow lots. Nice pick off here by SKillous. The massive Zealot army making its way towards the 4th base. Trigger's not ready for this. Charge finally does finish up, but SKillous, he hits the 3rd, but the 4th even. Picks up some workers, distracts Trigger, main army moves in. So far, they're good reactions. Trigger, he does preserve the most of his workers. Nice reaction. So far, so good. Once again, SKillous setting up another run by, another counterattack. They have Zealots top right and bottom left. Zealots are everywhere. Oh. This Trigger goes to the dive. I mean, Trigger's main army is stronger, is larger just because of all the run-bys. But Trigger is forced back home. He's going to be forced back. There's the recall. So far, so good. Their Trigger. So far, it's keeping up. It's keeping up. He's maxing out. +3 is finishing up. SKillous with them is purely a Stalker army. And SKillous, he throws away a lot of Zealots. That's why he does plummet supply. He threw away all of his charge lots, and what did he really achieve? He killed a handful of probes. That was not worth it. It's not worth it, Pappy. Okay, this is Trigger's moment. Bearing in mind, recall is now on cooldown, so that might factor in, at least in the near future. As recall was just used defensively. Skill's going for a massive rotation, at least trying to. Skill's being forced back. Oh! Gonna be turned away. We're still even on upgrades. We have Trigger with the 2nd Forge, getting into +1 shields and armor. There's going to be a window he's going to be up in those upgrades. As Trigger finally gets across the map. He's been trying for the past couple of minutes. Every time he's moved out, he's been forced to turn back around. But finally just going straight down mid, going straight for the 4th. Headed towards the 5th. Skillous, it's his turn to be out of position. Yeah, depowers the shield battery. Skillous coming from behind. He does try to move in. Ooh. Denies the warp in. But the Immortals are exposed, and the first things to go down. Yeah, it takes down the Immortals. Oh, barely does not save them. But Trigger still has a massive supply lead here. Still up in that gateway army. And gets a base. Snipes expansion. Pulls away. Both players building up into disruptors. Jeez, that's a lot of shield. That's a lot of batteries. They didn't come into play. And so far, momentum is on Trigger's side. Speaking of upgrades, now working on 2-2. 2-2 upgrades on the way. He's up a base, more efficient mining for Trigger. Now, I will say that Trigger does have a very nice lead and he does have momentum. That is true, but disruptors can still change things. You can be down in supply and still take a better fight. All comes down to you know this. Depending on the army control, there is an opportunity here for skills to recover. As he's making 2 disruptors at a time. He's gonna have a lot of balls back. Show us the neighbors. Do we have detection? Okay, thankfully we do. Observers with the main army. God. Thankfully. Dodge Templar dealt with. Skills he's distracted. Trigger going straight down mid, straight for the 3rd. And it's gonna go down. Yeah, SKillous is out of position. Down goes the Nexus. Shields never up. Never goes up. Ooh, bit of friendly fire. But does zone the army away. And Trigger got what he wanted. Got what he wanted. Got the expansion. DTs, they paid for themselves. It's not about what they killed, but it's about the distraction they caused. Did distract. Oh! Decent Novas out of SKillous. And Novas are connecting, takes down the Disruptor as well. Very nice. SKillous with a better fight. And SKillous now up to 5 Disruptors. But again, he has to keep going. Remember, SKillous, he's down in upgrades, down in economy. He has to press his advantage. With that Disruptor lead, he can force the issue here. Oh. Jesus. Calm down. As Novas is running away. Oh. That's connected with the Immortal. Disruptors are exposed, and he's gonna lose all 5. Oh my god, massive connections. Yeah, Novas do connect. SKillous is moving in. Blinks forward, and he does catch the Disruptors as well. Yeah, missed rally there from Trigger. Rallies into SKillous. And he can do it. Gets a base. These Novas, they do connect. Yeah, some brutal connections. And lackluster out of Trigger, and despite Trigger having the upgrades, having the bases. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh no, never mind. Trigger, he connects. He's holding on. He's holding on, Pappy. And Trigger, he will lose another Disruptor. Yeah, down to 1. Another does barely spawn in. Nice connection, goes to the Disruptor. Takes down the Disruptor. Trigger barely holding on. Does have shield batteries. And he has the defender's advantage. Faster warp ins. Zelda coming from behind. And SKillous getting caught out. He does overextend. How many Disruptors are left? 0! 0 Disruptors. There's no production. Yeah, no Disruptors left here for SKillous. That was his way back in. It was the way. Yeah, just now starting up. His production, his macro did slip. Yeah, no reinforcing Disruptors. Yeah, the game just getting a little bit too chaotic here. And SKillous bleeding out Stalkers, trading Stalkers for Zealots. Brutal trades here for SKillous. Does get the Prism. Ay, ay, ay. And SKillous just being pulled apart. Now, technically, once again, just like we spoke about this, what, 5 minutes ago, with Disruptors, SKillous can still recover. Like, things have gone very chaotic, but Disruptors are good. Can they be that good? As he will lose 11 probes. Again, SKillous' economy is in shambles. Trigger has a fresh mining base. He's got 2. He's got 2 Novas. Both players do. First one goes off. Each player, they have 1 left. Yeah, no major connections. Mainly just owning. SKillous rotating over, trying to do something about the economy. And may get the expansion. Denies the warp in. Nicely done. He has the high ground. Nova goes off. Decent connection. He's just zoning Trigger away. Oof, even catching a Disruptor. Okay, let's go. The Novas have been popping up. Decent Novas with Trigger. He goes to the dive. He dives in, catching up the army. Oh! Takes on cooldown. Just now coming up. And these were some nice moves. Nice recoil as well. Saves all the Disruptors. 17 probe kills and a base. Skill still has a deficit. But overall, that was a better trade. But is it enough? Trigger, he's not stopping. He's not stopping. Maybe the Nova goes off. Oh, catching 2 Disruptors. Ah, no. SKillous, he has 1 left. There's 1 Nova left. And Trigger rotates to the low ground. Will lose 1 of his own Disruptors. But he's got 2 more models behind this. Again, better upgrades, better army. And Trigger, he's on a GG, gets called. Trigger, he overwhelms the army, and Trigger, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Trigger. He will claim the series. A very intense back and forth. Winding it back, if you recall, SKillous, he was so committed early on and he was finding some damage. If you remember, he had initially the supply lead. He had all those zealots. He was going for run-bys, counterattacks, but he failed to really get any damage done. He was able to sit by with some zealots, but every time he'd only get a handful of probes. In the end, Trigger, he had time to react, to respond, to recall, to reposition, to pull the workers away, and Trigger just had more efficient engagements, at least in the first half of the game, leading into that supply lead, leading to the upgrade lead eventually as well. As Trigger, he was able to just brute force the issue, break out across the map. SKillous did have the comeback though, of course. Once he got into his double disruptor production, he did have some nice connections, did have a comeback. Then we got into a very messy back and forth. Very messy back and forth. But in the end, Trigger, he still had the better upgrades and still had more bases, still had that economic lead. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations to Trigger. He's let's advance on, and let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, I do apologize for the abrupt start of the broadcast. We just dove right into the game itself without really discussing the tournament, but welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup 2025 December Finals. We've been running the Sparkling Tuna Cup for many years at this point. Fun fact, this Open Cup is the longest running Open Cup currently in StarCraft. It's the longest running Open Cup. Oh. As so we're heading over to the Korean server. One moment. But yes, we've been running the events for many years at this point, longer than like the Wardy TV Mondays or the Monday Night Weeklies or the Pigastar Cups, for example. This is the longest running event only because of the hiatus or the end of the ESL Open Cups, for example, which were running a lot longer than our events. But for now, longest standing, at least when it comes to Open Cups. And this is the monthly finals. This is a weekly tournament, typically a weekly Open Cup, and throughout the course of the Open Cups, players, they accumulate points over the course of the month, leading into the monthly finals, where we have our top 8. Our top 8 players of the month of December. We have Christiana, Classic, Trigger, SKillous, Percival, RERUN, ByuN, and Nicaract. We have our top 8 players for the month, and we have results coming in. So Trigger takes down SKillous 2-0, and very quickly, I believe the other match has concluded as well, referring to Christiana and Classic. Again, that was being covered by Indy over on his channel. But yes, we have confirmation. Classic did take down Christiana 2-0, so we have Classic versus Trigger in the upper semifinals. But they're going to be on hold. They're going to be on hold because now it's time for the lower quarterfinal matches. Now it's time for the TVTs of Percival versus RERUN and ByuN versus Nicaract. Let's go. Let us go. As you can see here, just because of seeding, by the way, I would put out of the admins, but it is purely because of seeding. Protoss half, and we have the Terran. So a lot of mirror matchups early on. I mean, I say early on, mirror matchups up until the finals. At least it confirms that there's no mirror matchup in the finals, but we have pure PvPs and pure TBTs to determine the best Protoss and best Terran of the month of December coming into the finals. Not like this. Not like this. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness. Winter Madness. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is RERUN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVT. Best of luck, baby. Best of luck. Now, as a reminder, we have 2 matches happening at the same time. We have Percival versus RERUN, which we are casting, and we also have ByuN versus Nicaract, which Indy is casting. Again, if you don't know who Indy is, Indy, baby, Indy. He's a turkey. But he's lovely. Shema, papi, Shema. Indy, he's casting in Polish. He is the Polish caster currently. You know, F's in the chat for Emil. Emil, he DC'd one too many times, and Indy has kind of taken that mantle as the Polish caster in StarCraft. So Indy is going to be covering ByuN versus Nicaract, and we'll catch up in the semifinals. Eventually we'll catch up. Both semis will be casted on this channel, by the way. We'll be joining forces for the semis and finals thereafter. Bearing in mind, of course, is a best of 3. The semifinals will be best of 5s. We'll get there. We will get there. So now we have a double gas opener out of Percival, likewise double gas out of RERUN. Double gas openers all around. With this, faster factory, delayed CC out of our 2 players so far, mirrored builds. Just catching up in the chat. Oh, sorry. So it happened during the game itself, but a big shout to Babylings. Do apologize. I was so engrossed in the game itself, so I do apologize. But big shout to Babylings for the raid. Hold on. Slash shout out at Babylings. I hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great time playing Expedition 33. Hope you had a great time. I love the soundtrack, by the way. I love the soundtrack of Expedition 33. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But I hope you had a great time, and welcome one and all to the December finals for Sparkling Tuna Cup. Again, the final Tuna Cup of 2025. Let's go. Let us go. Otherwise, we are going to be moving out with the initial 2 Reapers. CC is going to be on location for both players as well, and we'll see what RERUN can get done here. It is typically risky to move out with your Reapers early on, but he does avoid the main scouting path here. Does avoid Percival's units, and he might be able to slip into the main. Might find some damage. Percival pokes out. He's here halfway across the map. Moves out with reinforcing Reapers, and the initial Reapers of RERUN. He does get in. He gets into the main base. Percival is out of position. SCVs are going to go down. Cheeky Musu by RERUN. He gets one. Gets one SCV, delays the starport, and he's getting more damage. Delaying mining. Getting a second SCV. Getting a third. Oof. Yeah, 3 SCV kills. And you can see Percival, he races everything back home. And he rushes back home to defend. 4 SCV kills. Not bad. Better start for RERUN. Yeah, better start. Looks like RERUN will lose 1. Yeah, RERUN, he will lose 1 SCV back at home. His Cyclone is out, shuts down the initial Reaper, and we have a second Cyclone on the way. Cyclones just early on, they're powerhouses here, especially when the army supplies are quite low. Defensively, RERUN, he is secure. He's got his 2 Cyclones. Percival, he misses opportunity to counterattack, and as a result, this Reaper Hellion of Percival, it's kind of a waste of supply here. It does not scale well coming into the mid-game. Now, there's still potential to maybe go for another counterattack and maybe get into a mineral line, but the chances are getting lower and lower as time goes on. So a better start for RERUN. RERUN, he hits the economy. He shuts down the opener of Percival. And so far, so good. I mean, again, RERUN, he has arguably the best TBT in the world. He is one of the reasons why Clem no longer plays TBT. True, true. He's for those that weren't here a couple of years ago, I say a couple of years, technically last year, and most of 2024, even a bit of 2023. RERUN, he was known as the Clem Crusher, especially in WTL, if you recall. Like, RERUN, he was the sniper. Whenever Team Vitality needed to shut down Clem, it wasn't Maru, it wasn't Sola that would call upon, it was RERUN. Like, RERUN, he would come in to snipe Clem. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Until eventually, Clem said never again. I'm never playing TBT, and it's been over a year. It's been over a year. And Clem was bullied out of TBT. Technically, because of that, and because we have an entire half of the bracket that's purely TBT, RERUN has a decent chance to go far, actually. Fun fact. But it's just purely off of his TBT. But we'll see, of course. Like, both Percival and ByuN and Nicorect, they are, you know, excellent in their own right. Speaking of, 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in, second starport has been thrown down. Percival going for a 2-port 2-base setup here, but this is the more modern variation. If you remember, a couple of years ago, a year ago even, we used to see Mass Viking into Liberator for a 2-base all-in, but this is a more modern variation opening up Raven first. And fun fact, RERUN is doing the same thing. RERUN, he also has a second starport, so same builds. And they miss each other. No shot. Same builds and they're missing each other. We have Percival going through the center. RERUN, he does slip by. He's making his way towards the natural. We gotta go. We gotta go. RERUN, he's taking it slow. He's taking it slow. He's giving Percival time to get across the map. RERUN, he does hit the production. Percival going right down mid. He's going for the natural, and RERUN, he's late to react, late to respond. RERUN, he had potential to be the first to hit. And Percival is moving in. Yeah, RERUN, he has to evacuate, has to give up on the natural. Oh no! The auto turret's nicely done. Does focus on the tank. Yeah, tank goes down, and RERUN, he has almost nothing to defend. Yeah, boys are being thrown away. At the same time, RERUN, he does push in towards the natural. There's a tank on the high ground. Oh my god. Clutch disables. Does RERUN have enough? Does focus on the Liberator. Is pushing in. Everything's on fire. Everything's on fire. No, no! The repair's not in time. Tank goes down. And it does feel like Percival should have enough. He's got 3 tanks across the map. Meanwhile, RERUN, he only has 2. But they both came to the production. They both came to the production, and RERUN, he does squeeze out a tank. Percival, he has his own Ravens, though. He has his own disables. Oof. Viking goes down. Miscontrol there by RERUN. Meanwhile, boys are being pulled, or trying to force friendly fire. These Ravens, there's no energy. There's no energy. There's no auto turrets. The boys are killing the tanks. They're doing it. They drill down the tanks. Speaking of, RERUN trying to do the same. Yeah, trying to, but they're Marines. Trying to force friendly fire. Oh my god. Marines are going down, but Percival, he's on it. Percival, he's on it. GG gets called, and Percival, he comes out on top of the base trade, and we'll take a 1-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Percival does take a lead here. Again, very chaotic game here. And remember, RERUN was the first to hit, but RERUN was taking it slow. RERUN, he was slowly sieging up outside of the base. Why? Because he didn't know where Percival was. Right? He didn't know that Percival was also across the map. He didn't know that a base trade was about to begin. So yes, RERUN, he did get across the map first, but it took him longer to actually assert himself into the bases. So RERUN, he was later to react, later to respond. Oh. Later to react, later to respond, and as a result, we do see that Percival, he was able to force his way into the bases, have that much of a better army as well, able to catch out the first couple of tanks, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Percival takes a 1-0 lead, and now we're getting into game 2. And again, that was a very chaotic game where we had mirrored builds, and again, RERUN had the better start. RERUN, he was able to kill SCVs, he defended against the Reaper Hellion. RERUN did have the better start, he was in a better position, but alas, when it all did matter most, Percival, he clutched it out. Did clutch it out, and here we go. We're jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran, the South Korean Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself, representing Team Vitality. It is RERUN. There we go. We can claim RERUN for making Clem a dirty race picker. I don't know if I'd call Clem a race picker. I feel like I could be mistaken, but in my mind, when I think of someone that is a quote-unquote race picker, it means that they have options when it comes to what race they're going to play in a matchup. I don't feel like Clem has options, right? Like, again, he has not played a TVT in over a year. He's not going to. Like he doesn't have like different race options against Terran. He's gonna play Protoss, right? Same with against Zerg and against Protoss. He's gonna play Terran, so he's not the kind of player to like mix it up, right? And like it's like, oh, is he gonna play Protoss or Terran? Like, no, you know coming into it. Yeah. But here we go. Here we go. RERUN, he does move out. Does come in for the early scouts. This time we do see a single gas opener out of Percival going for a faster CC, and RERUN doing the same. Great minds think alike. Remember, last game both players went for double gas openers. Game 2, both players go for Rax expands. So economic starts. Economic follow-ups. Players are building up. And we'll see when we do have our initial deviations. Speaking of, Percival does open up with a single Reaper into Marine production, preserving his gas, going for an earlier factory. Meanwhile, RERUN goes for additional Reapers, delaying his factory as a result. Okay. So we do have a slight variation here. We kind of touched on this last game, but the more Reaper Hellion you make early on, like the more pressure there is for you to get some damage done. So we'll see when and where RERUN stops, as he does make 2 Reapers initially. Makes 2, he moves out. So far, Percival, he does maintain himself. You can see he's ready at the Reaper Cliff. Ready at the cliff face. Oh, RERUN back at home going for a very fast third CC. Okay, so hyper greed out of RERUN rushing into the third CC. If Percival goes for a 2-base all-in like we saw last game, he could just insta-win. We'll see how aggressive Percival's going to be. I mean, he did go for an economic start, to be fair. Following up with Ravens. And again, it's a big gamble here from RERUN. We'll see if he can get away with it. They got him that back. So RERUN is setting up. He is building up initial Reaper Hellion for early game map control, but as we mentioned, just because of Percival's setup, I don't really see this Reaper Hellion doing much damage. Percival building up his Cyclones. Third base is now done. RERUN. With this does mean that RERUN, he'll be able to saturate his 2 bases that much faster and his 3 bases that much faster as well, if he can land his third. The pressure is going to be on Percival soon to deny and to delay the third base. We'll see if he can. As Percival just now throws down his own third. So again, no 2-base all-in this time. There's no second starport. There's no hyper-aggression. But that doesn't mean that Percival's going to be passive. He just has to figure out what's going on. Once Percival sees that the third base and the orbital is already morphed in, that should prompt him to move out. And the scout should come from these Ravens. As the third base is already being landed, Ravens are moving in. There's the scan. Scan doesn't see the command center. But the Ravens... Oh, not yet.
Research.
Scan gets eyes on the production. I should say... I didn't see all of the main. Yeah, Ravens are not fully aware. Going for the mineral line. Going for the SCVs, at least trying to. Nice disable. Seeing the fact that there was only a 1-1-1, seeing the fact that there was no second racks or factor or anything else made, I think he knows. And personally, should be aware that the third base is already done. Just because of the massive delay on the rest of the production. So personally, he didn't see the third, but seeing the lack of production told him what he needed to know. So personally, he's aware.
Add-on complete.
At least he has all the scouting to tell him that, at least. As he's working on an earlier stim timing, building up his army. RERUN is the first to move out. He scans, he spots a third.
Mineral field depleted.
And RERUN trying to contain Percival here. Oh, with a very flimsy army, by the way. He pulls it off. Does force Percival back for a moment. So nice move out of RERUN. Again, RERUN, he by no means could take the fight. No shot. He could not take the fight. Just pokes in, delays, gets the hell out of there. So nice feign there by RERUN. And here comes Percival. Bearing in mind, again, he does have stim over his opponent. Jumping in towards a third. RERUN, he does scouts. He reacts, and he's here in time. Goes to the double disable. I feel like one of them was a bit of a waste, but so far is keeping up with the drops. And then Reaper is deflected. So far, so good. RERUN is keeping up. Double drop into the main. Oh! Is spotted. And RERUN can disable. He has the energy. Last of the unload. Oh my god. Jesus. Barely saves the Raven. Saves the Raven. No boost. Oh, the medevac. Oh my god, barely gets away. The main army's moving in. Percival, can he catch Ryung out? Percival the first to siege. Ryung does scan. Does scan in time. Medevacs, they did get away. Now, bearing in mind that Percival, he still has some fresh Ravens here. He has plenty of energy. Ryung does not. Ryung, he spent, what, 4 disables on those Medevacs. But Percival, he pulls away. Ryung, he gets away with a CC on location once again. Okay. I mean, both players are. But Ryung, he holds. He holds, he keeps up. Once again, zoning Percival back. He's gathering energy on those Ravens. Percival, Viking production has begun. These are the Ravens. Nice armor missile. Yeah, shreds the armor. The tanks are the first siege, and tank bullies. Oh, they do zone away. Oof, oh my god. Brutal connections. Percival is slowly pushing forward, getting within range of the tanks. The counter disables. Ryung, he gets 1, he gets 2. It barely takes down 2 tanks. Nice moves out of Ryung. Get a nice counterplay. As Ryung, he peels off some Marines. Tempted to go for the counterattack. At the same time, so is Percival. And goes to the Doom Drop. Gets within range, does force a lift up, will lose a tank. But there's still one more behind this. That's a lot of Marines. Yeah, Percival catching reinforcements. Better trade for the blue Terran. Rushing in, getting another tank at the same time. Kills the CC. Ryung, he does find some damage. Oh, the tanks though. The tanks are exposed. It's going to be 3. 3 tanks going down. Massive pickoffs. Ryung, he plummets in supply. As he's racing back, can he catch up the Medevacs? He's trying to. He's trying to, but alas. Doesn't catch the Medevacs. Ryung, he will collapse on the tank at least. And as the dust settles, where exactly are we? So Ryung, he's up a base. Remember, he killed the 4th. He killed the 4th. He's up an expansion. At the same time, when it comes to the tank count is even. 3 tanks versus 3. You have a Marine lead for Ryung. More Vikings for Percival. Likewise, he also has that 1 Raven. Ooh, Raven goes down. Nice snipe. But that Viking lead, it just bullies the Vikings. 2 Vikings go down for free. Percival, he has air control. And with that air control, he's going into Liberators. Nice moves here by Percival. Just dominating the skies. Sims in, gets another tank. Can he get another? Oh, not quite. Again, awkward moves here by Ryung. Trying to avoid the army. We going for the base trade? do we go for it again? I mean, there is a planetary, but nice moves. Percival, he does slip by, catching reinforcements at the same time. Ryung, he does go straight for the 4th, the 3rd even. Nice tank shots. Marines are still catching reinforcements. Oh, missed rally there by Ryung. Rallying to the army. Liberators, they do siege up. They zone away the tanks. No target find, but he should at least get 1. Not even. Well, the tanks do get away. And again, we're getting messy. I would say that Percival has had more efficient trades when it comes to the main army, but at the same time, Ryung has had a better base, a better economy, and can afford those trades. So Ryung gets 1 more tank. Ryung, he may lose this army. Never mind. Ryung, he breaks down all those Liberators. Takes down 2 more Libs. Ryung, he wants that tank. He gets it. Barely gets the tank. We're getting messy. But again, Ryung, he's still up a mineral line. He's still up a base. And maintaining this position means that Percival can't expand. He just cannot get that 4th. Percival instead going for the counterattack. He wants that mineral line. Tanks, they should be within range. And tanks are moving in. Will siege up within range. Denies mining. And do we just avoid each other? Do we what's the plan? Where are we going? RERUN will siege up his tanks, but Percival, he does find his way into the natural, and we're going for the base trade. We commit. He commits across the map. We have Mass Marine moving in, trying to get on top of the tanks. Gets 3. It takes down all 3 tanks, just barely. But not the best trade here by but he does get behind the mineral line. Yeah, it denies mining. Percival stuck with a 1 base economy, if even that. Does get back to mining though. Percival dropping in, claiming another expansion. Okay. Percival finally getting a 4th. Planetary is done. RERUN, he supply blocked. Uh-oh. He supply blocked. No mining in the center. Spy army is an issue. Again, we're getting messy. RERUN, he does find some damage though. Taking down these tanks does free up his mineral line. So RERUN is back to mining. At the same time, Liberator does defend back at home. Tanks are somewhat exposed. Ooh, losing a full medevac though. Losing 2. Wow, 2 full medevacs go down. Doesn't get a single tank. Percival misjudging here. Does misjudge, and now these tanks are exposed. There's no support. RERUN is coming in, and RERUN, that's 4 free tanks, like quote unquote free, but RERUN, he will clean this up. Yeah, nice cleanup here. Every tank goes down. Percival though, he still has an army down in tanks, but Percival moves in. He's got his 1 Liberator. Does siege up. RERUN, he cannot take down the lib, and Percival, he may have just done it. He may have just done it here. He gets a full mineral line. Marines, they get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. RERUN, he's choked up. He can't move down. He's trying to. Oh my god, brutal trades. Yeah, some brutal trades here by RERUN. And again, Percival, I think he has done it here. 17 SCV kills. Percival, he traded so well here, just punishing that ramp, punishing those tanks. He punished. And Percival, finally, he's got his 3rd, his 4th, and a 5th base up and running. He's fully saturated. Whew. And again, it was a very, very chaotic game. There were good moments for both players. RERUN, he just kept avoiding the fights, so we just kept going for counterattacks. But GG gets called as RERUN, he is outscaled, and Percival, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. Hi, papi. GG, well played. Congratulations, Percival does claim the series. Both game 1 and game 2 were very close, very clutch. Remember, game 1, both players went for a base trade. They both went for 2 port 2 base all-ins, and they missed each other. We saw that RERUN was able to get across the map first, but he didn't engage first. It was Percival that was able to go straight into the main base and straight for the production. So Percival did have the edge in the base trade. Here in game 2, very back and forth, where RERUN got away with a faster 3rd base, a faster 4th base, better saturation for a long time as well, denying some of the bases. But we saw time and time again of armies were avoiding each other, and Percival, he was barely coming out on top, able to deny more bases, deny more mining, cripple the economy, and eventually GG. I will say that a lot of that came down to the air control, winding it back. Remember, winding it back, do remember that Percival, he early on was able to get air control by having faster Viking production. He got faster Vikings. He had 6 against 2, and with that air control with those Vikings, he was able to get into Liberators earlier as well, and that forced some better engagements and some better positions for Percival. That's something that was impactful throughout the entirety of the game, were those Liberators, right? Was that air control. That's something that Percival did maintain throughout the entire game. GG, well played. With that, Percival, he does take the series. Now let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay. We have updates here. The quarterfinals has concluded. Percival takes down RERUN 2-0, and ByuN takes down Nickrat 2-0 as well. And now we have a full Korean semis, in a sense. What I mean by that, for those who do not know, Trigger, he's been in Korea for like 2 years. Trigger has been in Korea for a long time. He does periodically travel to Canada. For example, he went to Canada for the NA LAN events. It was Stellarfest and SE for All. So Trigger, he did spend some time in Canada this year. And I believe for DreamHack Dallas, he also went to the Americas and went to Canada for a brief period as well. So there are like these small little instances where he does go back to the Americas, but for the majority of the year he has been in Korea, and he is back in Korea as well. So he's in Korea. So we have all the matches remaining on the Korean server: Classic versus Trigger and Percival versus ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. As I do need a moment to set things up. Un momento. As a reminder, the semifinals are going to be best of fives, and for those that are maybe a little bit unfamiliar with our events and with our broadcasting, both semis will be casted. Both semifinals will be casted, one after the other. The upper semis was ready first, of course, so we're going to be jumping into that first. Percival, he has some time to himself, some time to rest before his series. So up next we have Classic versus Trigger, followed by Percival versus ByuN. Winter Madness, Old Republic, Tourmaline, 10,000 feet. Ruby Rock. Okay. Sorry, just setting up the maps. Just setting up. Beautiful. Okay. So Vitas are done, and we are jumping into our fresh series, our fresh semi-finals. Again, we do have Protoss versus Terran here, in a sense that we have the Protoss half of the bracket up against the Terran half of the bracket. Non-stop PvPs in the upper half. Blame the seeding, Pappy, blame the seeding. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the South Green Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is a Classic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PvP. Best of luck. Now, coming into this Classic is the favored player. That is true, but at the same time, Trigger, he has had some insane PvP this year. There was a brief period of time a couple of months ago where he was looking dominant over players like Hero and like Classic. Trigger, he was hyper aggressive, and we saw a lot of all-ins out of Trigger. Likewise, Classic is very, very fond of Proxy Robo. I would expect to see Classic go for Proxy Robo at least twice in this series, in this best of 5, maybe even 3 times. But again, Classic is very fond of Proxy Robo, and that is kind of his signature move. We'll keep an eye on Classic. As Trigger, he does veer off towards the right-hand side. Oh, it does veer off. So does Classic. Classic setting up for a proxy. Meanwhile, Trigger, he is scouting. And there's a pylon. Now, based on the pylon location, this is further back. This is not in position for a Proxy Robo. Technically, we could hide a Stargate here. We could leave the probe in this area and then double back around for the Stargate. But otherwise, it looks like a fake proxy pylon. What does that mean? Well, when the scouting worker of Trigger goes into the main base, he should be counting pylons. There's only one, right? There's only one pylon in the main. You can see he does go further back behind the mineral line. Trigger, he has 2 in his main base. Classic only has 1. So that is indicative of a proxy. That means that a pylon is somewhere out there, which means there could be a proxy Robo or a proxy Stargate or even a proxy Twilight Council. We can see it's a fake out. Mind games, right? Mind games at a Classic. He's hoping to force an overreaction at a Trigger. And Trigger does go for a Stargate on 1 base. Ooh, even denies the scout. Okay. So Trigger, he does deny the scout. Opens up Stargate. Bold move. As Trigger, he will go for a delayed expansion. Classic going straight for the Nexus, and Trigger, he did not scout. But based on the rally, Trigger, it's gonna be close. No, barely out of vision, barely out of vision, barely out of range. Does not scout the pylon. Trigger is still in the dark. But once he sees the Nexus, he'll know. If he sees the Nexus, as the probe scout is denied. It denies the probe scout. Adept has arrived. Trigger is still playing blind. Trigger is still on one base. And now Trigger confirms, kind of. There we go. Yeah, now he confirms. Adept moves in, confirms the timing, and now he sees just how fast this Nexus was. How much progression there is. Gets one probe kill, but that is not worth the Adept. Trigger, he has to move out. There's a lot of pressure on Trigger to find some damage. He has to find some damage here, but there's already a shield battery. It's already done. Yeah, the battery's complete. Trigger's going to be zoned away, and Trigger, his own natural timing is so delayed compared to Classic. Back in the main base, shield battery's also in production. Oracle dives in. Classic, he sees. Yeah, he sees the Oracle. He knows. He's racing over. He does get the warp in time. And this Oracle so far has not paid for itself. Gets one. No, not even. Doesn't get a probe. I mean, does at least keep the Oracle alive, but this is a very rough start for Trigger. It's very rough. As Trigger, he does get up to 2 Oracles. 2 Oracles, they can one-shot probes. Oh, God. Never mind, he's down to 1. Down to 1 Oracle. And Classic is looking very comfortable. Looking very comfortable here. Classic is up in economy, he's up in army, Classic is moving out, and Trigger, he is in danger. With some well-placed force fields, Classic can slice up this army. We'll see how Classic engages. Classic moves in. Shield battery is done in time. Trigger, he's ready, he's in position. The Oracle does double back around. Find some damage. Just the 1 probe though. And just 1 probe kill for 2 Oracles. Again, so far, not worth it. And Trigger, he has a lot of catching up to do here. You can see he's setting up for a 3rd. Classic already has a 3rd base halfway done. As you mentioned, again, Classic, he is ahead. Faster natural, faster 3rd base. Stasis trap into the main base. We'll get 1 probe. Stasis traps 1 worker. It's something. Now, technically, there is a small window, a very, very small window, where Blink is going to be done for Trigger before Classic. True, so there's maybe a timing, but Blink is about to finish and Trigger's not really in position to be aggressive. So that window is closing. Trigger moves out. There's no battery here. And remember, Blink is not yet done for Classic. Trigger, he does still have that window. Moves in, gets a sentry. It's 1 sentry at the same time. Adepts, they bust into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Nice going give you by Trigger. But that's going to be 5 dead workers. Yeah, 5 probes falling. Oof. Still a better trade for Classic. Classic getting into Glaive Adepts. Oh boy. Okay. So he's going for a very heavy Immortal Adept army. He's building up to it. Adepts, they do a great job when it comes to tanking, when it comes to soaking, and buffering for the Immortals. Or he may just even incorporate them to harass. Just more harassment. As Trigger is earned away. And Trigger getting into a more traditional composition here with charge lots. But again, Trigger's been playing from a depth set for quite some time. Now, there are still ways, there are still opportunities for Trigger to maybe outposition Classic. Classic is here on the left-hand side. Trigger might find a way into the bases or catch some reinforcing units. You can see Trigger, he's looking for those opportunities. He's looking for an opening. He's looking for... Oh. As it ups, they do threaten the third. Denying more mining. Mining is going to be denied. Get some damage done here in the natural. Gets a full scout. Does confirm the lower gas count here by Trigger. Classic doing the same thing. But again, instead Classic has supportive adepts. Now these adepts, they don't just do a great job tanking against stalker shots, but they also do a decent job at attacking zealots. They don't really scale too well into a longer game, not as well as Archons and Charge Lots, but they have their place. Ooh, as the Prism gets sniped. Nice pickup. As Trigger has the high ground, gets a couple of extra volleys up. That's still 4 Immortals. Now, with enough Zealots, Trigger, he might be able to overwhelm the Adepts. That's a lot of Adepts, though. It's a lot of Adepts. Zealots are getting caught out. Trigger, his army is cut in half. Coming in from behind, okay. Catching reinforcements. Doesn't get the Prism this time. But Classy just walks in. Yeah, he just walks in. Just pushing into the third. And Trigger, he's trying to race back. He's on the low ground. The Immortals are somewhat exposed. Nice time with the Prism. Prism goes down. He gets 1 Immortal. Gets 1. He's going to get 2, but he's going to lose every single Stalker. Yeah, and Classic has too much. Classic just has too much. Takes out the Stalkers. Breaks through the Zealots. Will bleed out a lot of Immortals, true. A lot of Immortals do go down. And these Zealots, they do trade efficiently. They're trading as best they can. But GG gets called. It's not going to be enough. And Classic, he will take game at number 1. Whew, GG. Classic, he does take a lead in the series. And again, it was just a really rough start. Remember, winding it all the way back, it all came down to the opener. Classic, he went for a fake out. He went for a fake proxy pylon. Trigger, as a result, he did react and respond with his own one-base play, going for his own Stargate back at home. It took him a long time to recognize what was happening, and by the time he realized that Classic had expanded, Trigger, he was so late with his own base, and the Stargate opener wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. He did invest into 2 Oracles, and he wasn't really able to achieve much damage at all. I think he killed 1 probe. Throughout the course of the entire game, with those 2 Oracles, he killed 1 worker. He did get a stasis trap off. Oh. But again, the Stargate opener wasn't worth it. Later natural, later third base. And Classic had a relatively comfortable game. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting to game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on the Old Republic. As our PvP does continue. And we'll see if Trigger can recover. And again, like, I don't think this first game was really indicative of the skill set of our 2 players, just because again, Trigger, he was playing from behind from the beginning. Like, it was like it was just a really rough start. Really rough build. But here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Canadian Protoss down in the series, but we'll see if he can bounce back and tie things up. For Basilisk, it is a Trigger. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. So we're getting into our PvP. Welcome to the Old Republic. It is a very large map in the map pool. I mean, I guess similar to Winter Madness. Larger map, longer rush distance by ground, but has more exposed 4th base options if we head into a 4th base setup. Now, I did mention earlier at the start of the series that Classic is known for proxy robo, and I feel like Classic was making use of his reputation in that last game where he went for a fake out. We'll see if he does something similar here, or if he commits into an actual proxy. Here we go. Meanwhile, shout out to Dimega in the chat. Dimega. Trigger, he does move out towards left hand side. Oh, no, they run into each other. We do see Trigger setting up for a proxy, and the probes, they do come across each other here. A bit of an awkward moment. Now neither player can commit. Neither player should commit. But the plan was to throw down a pylon. And you can see both players throwing down their pylons back at home. So attempted and failed proxy here from our players. Bit of a Spider-Man meme moment. And they're forcing each other into a more standard opener. Probe Scout comes in. And this time everyone is aware of what's going on. This time everyone knows. Ooh, nice pylon block here by Classic. Delaying the expansion. Trigger doesn't achieve the same though. He's going to be zoned away. With that, Classic has a slightly faster base. Slightly. Classic also did open up double Stalker. Trigger opening up Stalker Sentry. Trigger trying to catch out the first couple of units here. Remember, he can lock down these Stalkers with the force field. Up, up. Classic, calm down. And now we're building up. You can see that Classic, he does skip his next wave of units here. For what? For Twilight Council. So earlier Twilight Council, earlier Blink. Trigger, he continued unit production. So this Stalker movement out of Classic actually kind of made Trigger a little bit more scared. Made him scared, it made him produce extra gateway units. And the end result here is a delay on the tech. So again, nice moves by Classic. And see, small little details that do give you an edge and do give you a lead. And in mirror matchup, I mean, that's everything. So Blink is on the way to both players. And for now, we're settling in. We're settling in towards the mid game. We do see Trigger moving out with his Sword Eps. Sword Eps, they can one-shot probes, so there is potential for economic damage. Classic staying up for his third base, and Trigger should be doing the same. As the Eps are getting ready for the Shade. Hallucination gets eyes on the pylon. Goes further in, counting gateways. Does confirm only 2. And here comes the third base. Now Classic is completely out of position, by the way. Adepts are shading in. Probe's going to be going down. And nice damage. Going for the warp in. Locks down the Adepts. It does. Oh my god, Classic with the body blocking. Okay, that should not have happened. This should have gotten so much more damage. I mean, that could have been like a good 5-6 probes. The warp in, the body blocking. Classic, he defends, he blinks up into the main. Trigger, it's his turn to be out of position. Oof. And pylon goes down, gets into the mineral line. There's no game heart. So we got to count. So far only 2 dead probes. Depowers the robo, recalls back home. And Classic, he's just all over Trigger. Not like this. And again, the Adepts, they had potential, Pappy. They had potential. With that Trigger supply block, still no third base. Classic, his third is almost done. Alright, let's run it back. Let's Adepts are back. They're here. Once again, the pressure is on Trigger. This Trigger is moving out. Fun fact, Classic is staying on a lower... Okay. Never mind. Remember there, I thought he didn't have any gas in his natural. Classic is building up. Oh. Let's say shade into the natural. Trigger's main army does rotate in. Catching out a Stalker, getting one, getting two. Nice force fields. Yeah, zoning Classic away. Ooh, loses Prism. Boys are being pulled. Classic coming in for the surround. But some dead supply here. Yeah, Stalkers are not quite able to engage. As well, 4 or 5 Stalkers not able to attack. Classic leading out a lot of probes. And he was every single worker. And with that Trigger, he's still taking the fight. Oh, as it's going to be a one-way trip though. Trigger, he will lose everything. Every Stalker's going to go down. But Trigger does take that economic lead. He's up in workers. Now he just has to survive the counterattack. Easier said than done, but hey, he has Immortals. Immortals are on the way. Classic, he's got to go. He's down by 11 probes. But he does have charge. No Zealot Warpins yet. We should be seeing that. Classic does trigger the shields. Oh. Does trigger. Here come those Zealots. And Classic's main army, it is more efficient. Straight up. It's just more efficient here with their charge lots. They built a tank. He's diving on the Immortal. Immortal gets focused down. Massive pickup. And takes down the Immortal. Boys are being pulled as a second Immortal. Once again, though, it is exposed. Dives on the Immortal. Yeah, he dives in. Immortal goes down. Nice side for the Prism, at least. Again, that could have been game. And Trigger, he's barely holding on. Barely holding, barely surviving. Again, if that warping completed like that, that would have been game then and there. That would snipe the Prism, holding on. But again, Trigger is still on the back foot. Still no charge. Speaking of, that's a massive wave of Zealots on the way. Classy just waiting for his Warp Prism. Now it's time for round 2. Time for the second round. Oh boy. Warp incomplete. Trigger doesn't really have much of a standing army. He's got some shield batteries, true. He can pull the boys. Does have some advantages defensively here, but it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a tough hold here as Classic. He does make his way in, diving in the shield battery. Immortal's exposed. Immortal goes down instantly. It takes down the Immortal. Zalse can collapse in. Better concave for Classic. Oh. Yeah, line for another warp in. This time the Prism doesn't go down. And he can just bully back Trigger. Just bully him back. Forcing him to the third base. Zalse do get into the middle line. Every probe goes down. The Nexus as well. And now we can go for the main fight. Takes down the final Immortal. And from here, Classic looking to take and looking to extend his lead in the series. Looking to take the game here. One more left on the high ground. Immortal goes down. Zalse zone away the Stalkers. We're now getting into the production. Getting into the main base. Classic has got another warp in. Nice force field. Okay, okay. Force fields around. GG gets called, and Classic will take that 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oh. GG, well played. As Classic does take a tour lead in the series, and again, it was just a rough start here for Trigger, bearing in mind that he was unable to get any harassing damage done with the Adepts. There was potential, there was so much potential with his Adepts, but he failed to get some damage done. He had later third base, if you recall, and we saw Classic go for a massive move, diving into main base, cancelling some of the production, delaying the production, depowering some buildings, getting some more probe kills, and extending his economic lead. Oh. And with that, Trigger's up against the wall. Trigger is up against the wall here. It's been a rough start. It also was a bit of an awkward start to the game because if you remember, we saw the attempted proxies, right? The probes, they moved into the center for their pylons and they scattered each other, so the initial plans were kind of thrown up into the air. We saw Classic with the fake out where he was able to force extra units out of Trigger, so Classic had faster blink. Also these minute details, minute differences early on. But here we go, we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping for a game 4, I'm hoping for a game 5. I want to see some more out of these two, but the pressure is now on the Canadian Protoss. He needs your support. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the Canadian Protoss player, we have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss for Team Protoss Pro, leading the series 2-0, and one game away from claiming this best of 5. It is a Classic. Here we go. Welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a very small map in the map pool, the smallest map, if not mistaken. Short rush distance by ground, hyper aggression is favorite here, and it's small enough to the point where we could even see a one base all in from back at home without even a proxy. I say that, but so far this series our players have been relatively tame. Yes, we had attempted proxies last game, true, they were scouted, they were shut down. But for the most part, game 1 and game 2 have been very mid-game oriented. We'll see if that trend continues coming into Tourmaline. We shall see. As probes, they pass by each other. Yo, shout out to the Tuna. As they're moving out for the scouts, no proxy. No proxies, just going in. Second pylon in the main base for Classic. Second pylon in the main base for Trigger. No proxies, no fake proxies either. That block was insane. Are you talking about the body blocking? That was crazy. If you're referring to the Stalker warp into blocking the Adepts, it's crazy. That was a power move, is what that was. That was. As both players open up a double Stalker, we do have a third and fourth Stalker on the way for Trigger. Same can be said for Classic. So far, mirrored builds, Trigger the first to expand, Classic not too far behind. Now with the additional Stalkers, we should be pushing. Classic is moving out, so Trigger is doing the same. Oh, Classic hiding in the tall grass. He's going to get the first volley off. Up! Okay, moves out. Yeah, he does move out. They will trade. In the end, Trigger coming out on top here. Classic with impatience. He could have made use of the tall grass. I mean, he still can. Yeah, he still can. Trigger, he has to respect it. They trade 1-to-1. They trade, they back off. So far, so good. Oh, and we have a varying opener here. We have a Robo opener out of Classic, meanwhile Twilight Council out of Trigger. Now with the initial Robo, this is typically something that's more defensive. It does allow for earlier Immortal production. It does allow for earlier Immortals. Of course, you can harass with a War Prism. True, you can go Prism into Adepts, into some kind of harassment. But for the most part, this typically leads into a higher Immortal count, typically into skipping a Blink into Glaive Adepts, into a heavy Immortal Glaive Adept composition. We'll see if Classic is looking ahead in that direction. We shall see. But the reason why I say this is typically more defensive is because Trigger should gain map control with Blink, right? Blink does allow for more mobile composition. It is going to be Prism first. Okay. Opening up with a War Prism. With this, Classic does have some reinforcement and harassment options. So for the most part, he's getting a position to deny the Overseer, sorry, the Hallucination Scout. Classic trying to deny the scouting. Trigger looking to expand, going for a faster third. Prism comes in to reinforce. Classic is actually going for the first push. With this, of course, he has defensive Blink. True. And this is going to hit before Blink of Trigger. Uh-oh. He's going to hit first. There's no Immortal production, and Classic is going to commit to get spotted by the hallucinations. Okay, Immortal production has begun. But there is a window here where Trigger does not have Blink. Classic's moving in. Let's move in. Straight fire. Nice kiting. Nice juggling. Yeah, Classic is breaking through. He breaks through that defensive line. Picks off a couple of Stalkers. Spots a third base. Going for another warp in. Blink just not finishing. Yeah, Blink is done, but is it too late? Yeah, Trigger is zoned away. The third base is under fire. And no shot is going to be forced to cancel. No shot. Trigger's going for it. Once again, the juggling back. Oof. Yeah, and there we go. He will force the cancel. Brutal pickup. That was meant to be Trigger's advantage this game. In Classic, he's like, mate, Blink what? Who needs Blink? We just give me a Prism back. Just give me a War Prism. The Stalkers, they can try to come in for the surround. Warping in the face of Trigger. Zealous, they finish, and Classic, he's done it. He's broken Trigger. Shield Barrier's out of energy. The Immortal does rally across the map. Boys are being pulled. And Trigger, he might barely hold on here. Finally, he can kill some Stalkers. Finally, there's no War Prism. But these trades are so brutal. Oof. Defouls with the shield batteries. Once again, ensuring there is no third. And again, just hyper aggression out of Classic. With that Prism, he was able to out micro. Again, as we mentioned, the first half of the fight, Trigger didn't even have Blink. So he was just being bullied back. And now Trigger is down in economy. He's down on workers, down in economy. Classic now with a faster third. And Trigger, he has to find some damage here. Classic's waiting for him with two Immortals. And a Prism. See Trigger peeling off some units. Classic's in position. And nice defense out of Classic. He's keeping up. Keeping up with Trigger. Zoning Trigger away. And we're just getting ready here, getting ready for the move outs, getting ready for the quadruple Immortal push. It's going to be 4 Immortals. Blink will soon finish off a Classic. It's almost done. And here he comes. The best chance here for Trigger should be to avoid the fight. Maybe come in and catch some rallying reinforcements. Or just force the army back home. Speaking of. He rotates to the third base. We spoke at the beginning of the game about how typically when you open up Robo, it leads into Glaive Adepts. There we go. Glaives are on the way. To support the Immortals. Speaking of the Immortals, yeah, they can just take it to a head-on fight. Chasing down Trigger. Trigger, he cannot fight this head-on. He has to get the hell out of here. Get out of here, pappy. But again, it's a small map. There's not really much room to traverse. Where can he run? Where can he go? As Classic is moving in. He's got his 4 Immortals. We don't have any shield batteries ready, and no batteries ready, no batteries in position. Oh. Trigger gets punished, losing 2 stalkers. Now Classic can force his way in. It can force his way in, pulling back the army. A couple of shield batteries are finishing, which is nice, but again, Trigger just has such a deficit. The base taking a lot of hits. Trigger's main army is zoned away. The majority just can't even engage. GG gets called, and Classic, he will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Classic as he does claim the series. A very, very dominant showing here by Classic. Again, Trigger, he just had a really rough early game, almost every game actually. Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3. I will say that this third game was the most intense and the most chaotic, and definitely a really interesting and really clean kind of timing there from Classic. Remember, Classic went for a robot opener, went for the early Warp Prism, and he was able to hit just before, it was like, I want to say 15 to 20 seconds before Blink was ready. So Classic was able to dominate the initial fight, bully Trigger back, and actually get on top of the third base. Force a cancellation on the third base, take a better engage, and then build up his Immortals back at home to maintain that stronger army and stronger economy as well. It was impressive. It was very impressive to see Classic's Warp Prism micro. It was crazy good. And with that, GG well played. Classic did take the series. And meanwhile, a big shout out to Genesis Buddha in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid, God. And also, I was about to give Trigger a shout out as well. Big shout out to Trigger, because Trigger, he was streaming his POV, and even though Trigger may have lost here in the semis, he did make it to the main event. He did get invited to the monthly finals, so he did well in the lead up to the event, and also made it to the semis as well. Was able to take down his previous opponent in the quarterfinals. He was able to take down SKillous in a pretty dominant fashion as well. So a big shout out to Trigger. Trigger played well for sure. No shame in going down to Classic. He is one of the best Protoss players in the world. Arguably the best. Definitely can make an argument between Classic and Hero, but regardless, GG well played. Shout out to Trigger. Big shout out. I know that Trigger, he has been streaming a lot more as of late. Has been actively laddering in recent days and recent times. So do give him a follow. Check out Trigger's Twitch channel. Sometimes he plays StarCraft, but more often than not, expect some Osu streams. Expect Este Trigger. That's the trick. But GG well played. With that, Classic, he'll be our first finalist, and we're getting ready for the second semis. It's going to be a best of 5 between ByuN and Percival. Let's go. Let us go. As we're getting into our best of 5 TBT to determine who will face off against Classic in the finals. Let's go. Let us go. As I would say that Percival, he did have a bit of an upset earlier against RERUN. I say upset, it was a crazy series. If you missed it, I do highly recommend checking out RERUN versus Percival. It was a, oh Jesus, calm down. So he had a bit of an awkward worker split there. But it was a very chaotic TBT earlier, so I do highly recommend RERUN versus Percival. We'll see if this semifinals TBT lives up to that. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. We go. Here we go. We are going to be opening up. And again, we featured Percival versus RERUN earlier, and it was a very chaotic series. There was a lot of base trades going on, a lot of repositioning and out-positioning as well. It was crazy, it was chaotic, it was beautiful, it was everything we want out of a TBT. We'll see how these two face off, as ByuN does open up double gas. So double gas opener out of ByuN, single gas out of Percival. What does this mean? This means that Percival is going for a faster command center, a more economic start out of our blue Terran player, meanwhile a faster factory and a more tech-heavy start out of our red Terran. So we do have varying openers. Would you already deviate early on? And again, we'll see what this leads when it comes to ByuN. Whether it leads into early Cyclone play, can lead in and head towards Banshee play as well. Not uncommon in TBT. Cyclone, committed Reaper Hellion. There's that factory, and again, there's the CC. It's going to be up to Percival to defend, to maintain his economy, to survive whatever ByuN throws his way. When it comes to one base all-ins, they're quite rare, and we don't really expect to see them, especially on a map like White Rabbit. It's a little bit too large for that. If we were spawning into Ruby Rock or Tourmaline, and then that might be an option. But from here, ByuN should expand. Also, before I forget, unless I already did so. Yeah, sorry. Before I forget, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. And it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, ByuN is the favorite player, for sure. He is the favorite player, but I would have said the same thing about RERUN. RERUN was also favored against Percival, so Percival already beating RERUN. And if you remember, if you were watching earlier this month in a previous Tuna Cup, Percival did defeat ByuN. That was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago in Sparkling Tuna Cup, Percival did defeat ByuN in the semifinals, if you recall. This was 2 weeks ago. It was during the semis where we weren't able to cast because there was a bit of a bug. There was like a patch had gone through, or like a, I would say like a hotfix. Like a hotfix patch went through in StarCraft, which meant that we couldn't have access to the Korean server. Well, yeah, 2 weeks ago, Percival did bring him down. Meanwhile, early Marauder production. That's not normal. Concussive Shell on the way as well. Okay. Bold move here by Percival. Meanwhile, ByuN did open up Reaper Hellion. The goal here is to bust into the mineral line. Can he get some economic damage? Can he get some SCVs? Go through yours, 2 Hellions. Does head for the mineral line. Gets one. We're barely getting 2 SCV kills. Nicely done. 2 SCVs go down. Oh, a bit of miscontrol there by Percival, and I believe the Marauder was scouted. Yeah, the Marauder was scouted. ByuN, he gets the hell out of here. He pulls away. He pulls back. So far, decent start. Even though ByuN had the later expansion, he does get some economic damage. And now Percival, it's go time. Remember, he has 2 Marauders, Concussive Shell. The goal here is for the Marauders to focus down and to focus fire the high-tech units, specifically the Hellions, or even better, the Cyclone. So if Percival's able to get on top of the Cyclone, then he can just overwhelm. He's got his Mass Hellion. Let's go. Percival diving in. Marauders ADR dropped off. Does focus down 2 Hellions. Going for the mineral line. Cyclone has arrived. Now it does break the lock-on with the whole pick-up micro. Okay. Does pick up, going for the Cyclone. Likewise, counter micro out of ByuN. The boys are being pulled, and ByuN, he will be able to hold on, but at a cost. He's going to lose so many SCVs. Yeah, ByuN, he holds on, but he will lose 10 SCVs in the process. With that, Percival does take the worker lead. Nicely done. Nicely done there out of Percival. Back at home, getting into Raven production. Meanwhile, ByuN, he's going for his own Vikings. ByuN, he'll try to chase Percival down. So Percival has to get the hell out of there. ByuN trying to cut him off. Ooh, do you see what I see? I mean, this makes sense. So what just happened? ByuN just lost 10 SCVs. He lost 10 workers. Because ByuN is behind and because his economy has been crippled, we have a second starport. 2 port, 2 base all in. If you remember, this is the same build that both Percival and RERUN went for in game 1 of their series. So 2 port, 2 base all in. With this, the goal is to go into Mass Viking into a couple of Liberators. With the Mass Viking, we should be able to gain map control, air control. Ooh, as the medevac gets hunted down. But it should be able to dominate the skies and then leverage that with the Liberator to dominate the ground as well. So this is going to be an all-in. Speaking of, there it is. The Liberator's on the way. Meanwhile, Percival is getting a 3rd CC. Percival is building up into the mid-game. And ByuN, it's all or nothing. Moving it ahead of time. Does take a tank shot to the face. ByuN is rallying. Can ByuN break through? Again, ByuN, he has to find some crippling damage here. He's gonna be the first to siege. Oh no, actually not. Percival does siege up first. Yeah, massive tank shots. Ravens, they come in as well. They throw down the auto turrets, and Percival, he will shut this down. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and Percival takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. ByuN, he got a little bit too excited. What I mean by that, ByuN was premature. The purpose of the all-in is to build up your Viking count and then come in with the Liberator, but he came in too soon with his ground army. He came in a little bit too soon. His Vikings were still rallying, his Liberator was still rallying as well, so he wasn't able to leverage the purpose of his build. He wasn't able to leverage that air control. If he could bring everything together, the purpose would be for the Vikings to bully back the Ravens, and then for the Liberators to bully back the ground army as well. And then ideally there'd be no auto turrets, there'd be no defensive disable either, because the Ravens would be zoned away. And then you can try to make that work. I'm not saying it would have been a sure thing, not at all, but again, it was a bit of a messy all in there from ByuN, but it was a messy game as well, just because he had lost so much early on. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, leading the series 1-0. But it is the best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. Can he extend his lead? It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Here we go, and again, that was a very cheeky build out of Percival. I feel like I didn't give it enough credit as I should have. Like, the idea of Percival going into Mass Hellion, he had like 6 Hellions, and going into Concussive Shell with 2 Marauders, it was a very unique and a very specialized build, and it did well. Like, again, it forced the all-in out of ByuN. It crippled ByuN early on. It did shut him down, and it forced him into that 2-port 2-base all-in. So it's a very nice build, very nice start out of Percival. We shouldn't see that again though, as, oh, hello, we're opening up 2 racks. So 2 racks Reaper out of Percival. Bold move. So when it comes to Korean TVT, I'm sure you should know this if you're in the chat, it is very common to see proxies, right? Like if you see ByuN, Bunny, Ryung, Maru, Cure, in a series, especially in a best of 5, it's very common to proxy Reaper at least once, maybe even twice, maybe even 3 times. Like, proxy Reaper is not uncommon. Opening up 2-racks Reaper like this is a blind counter to a proxy Reaper. So Percival, he's gambling a little bit. If ByuN proxied, if he was going for proxy Reapers, then Percival could just shut him down. So it's a bit of a gamble here. ByuN is opening up standard though back at home. So I do prefer ByuN's position. This is going to be putting Percival on the back foot, and it's going to be forcing Percival to find some damage here, just because he's going to be delaying his factory and delaying his CC in favor of Reapers, which don't scale well into a longer game. And you can see he's scouting. Yeah, Percival is scouting, does check the left before moving out. ByuN is doing the same, he also scouts. I don't blame him. ByuN also checking for proxies, as ByuN is going to be the first to expand, and Percival is going for the factory follow-up. This may just turn into a 1-base all-in, to be honest. May just turn into an all-in, just because of how heavily delayed the natural is going to be for Percival. And a 1-base all-in would make sense here on Tourmaline. True. Yeah, pokes in, he spots a CC. Oh, he's hiding the Reaper. Okay, I like this. Remember, ByuN did an SCV scout. True. ByuN doesn't know what's going on. And Percival, he's intentionally hiding his build. Yeah, now he's going in. He wants that Reaper. He'll zone away. He'll delay the CC. Again, ByuN was in the dark. Nice moves out of Percival. Does have some nice moves. From here is going to be reinforcing behind this Percival. He is expanding. He's not going for the all-in. But Percival's still very committed. Still very committed here. As he pulls back to the tall grass. He'll get the first shot off. ByuN respects it. As he pulls away. Now, as the dust settles, ByuN CC is still faster, right? He still has the faster command center. So there's still pressure on Percival to find some more damage. Checking the unit tab here. Percival is up in Reapers. He's down in Hellions. If he clumps up, he'll take a lot of splash damage. Oh, speaking of, yeah, it does clump up. Hellion shots going off, and ByuN, he will shut this down. Yeah, he will completely clean this up. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the first Hellion volleys were brutal. They were attacking and hitting 2 Reapers and a Hellion at the same time. So Percival did clump. And ByuN, after the early game, he has the faster natural, and he wins the main fight as well. Oh. Percival doesn't get in. Percival doesn't get in. He gets punished, losing 2 Reapers. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN now he can counterattack. And back at home, Percival does at least have a Cyclone. Okay. He's got a Cyclone behind this building up in the Raven production. Meanwhile, ByuN going for the Banshee. Okay. Getting through his Banshees. Overall, this is a better start for ByuN. Percival, he had his moments and he had potential, but in the end did lose map control. Nice spread with the Marines. 2 Cyclones move in. Percival, he should hold. He's got his 2 Cyclones. But holding isn't good enough. Now, bearing in mind, there is a Banshee, but no Cloak. Right? Cloak was not researched. But the Cyclones are out of position. Uh-oh. There are Marines back at home to defend, though. As ByuN with his map control, he expands on location. So faster natural, faster third base for ByuN. Banshee gets thrown away. Uh-oh. Yeah, it does get thrown away. Nice auto turrets. Does focus down one of the Cyclones. Better trades here by Percival, as they kill the Banshee and caught a Cyclone as well. As you can see here, better trades. Technically, though, ByuN can afford this. Remember, ByuN has the better economy, so even if he does take some worse fights, he can sustain that. Oh, do you see what I made? This is a popular build this game tonight. Do you see what I see? Second starport, a reactor Viking production. Once again, 2-port play. Now, this isn't this. This is like the same end goal as last game from ByuN, but we got there in a different way. Remember, it was Raven first, then into the Vikings, then into the Liberator. This is a more modern variation, which is not an all-in because you expand behind it. This is the modern variation of 2-port play, where you open up Raven, then you go Viking. Regardless, the goal here is for Percival to gain map control. Sorry, gain air control. I keep saying that. Okay. To gain air control. Base the Cyclone in. The Liberator's on the way. And Percival is going to try to gain some ground here. Tanks are moving forward. Does have a disable. Gets a tank. Ooh, clutch on siege. Very clutch on siege out of ByuN. Does pull away in time. Will save the tank. But now the Vikings have arrived. The Liberator as well. Once again does actually bait out that Cyclone. Cyclone gets baited. The army does rush into the natural. Percival going to be the first to siege. But not enough. Yeah, there's not enough Marines. Not enough bio. Percival just doesn't have the supply here. This is a very fragile army for Percival. And Marines, they push forward. They go into Liberator. Liberator barely does not go down. He doesn't go down. The Liberator survives. He gets 1. He gets 2. Does he get all 3 tanks? He does. Massive pickups. 3 tanks go down. That was so close to how many HP? 18 HP Liberator. Percival, he's done it. He's done it. He has broken ByuN. The tank goes down. The SCVs go down as well. The boys are being pulled. ByuN is getting desperate. He will clean this up, but a desperation move here by ByuN. As these Vikings, they just waddle in. They can just waddle in. They will win this fight. As they kill so many SCVs. 22 SCV kills, auto turret as well. 24 SCVs. Percival taking a massive economic lead. Behind this, remember, he has his 3rd TC floating over. Now, there is a bit. This is a bit of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, Percival, if only his Vikings, right? If you remember, if his Vikings were with his tanks and with his Liberators, he could have actually pushed into the natural and end of the game. But he veered off his Vikings to kill SCVs. That was a move that meant that Percival wasn't able to end the game then and there. And because of that, the game is going to continue. Yes, Percival is ahead economically, but ByuN is 1-1. ByuN has a massive bio upgrade lead. So his bio army here is superior. He's going for drop play. Percival, he only just now started 1-1. So, again, even though Percival had a 3rd CC, I'm pretty sure that was meant to end the game. That was meant to end the game. As Percival, he does zone away the drop. ByuN is rallying across the map. And can Percival keep up? As again, ByuN is desperate. ByuN, he's desperate for damage. He's got the upgrades. And he does have an army. He's setting up for his double drop. He's got an army on the left, army on the right. He's got an army rallying in the center. And ByuN, he has to find some damage here. As I mentioned, he is desperate. I mean, he's catching up economically, true. He's slowly catching up in workers. Slowly catching up in economy. Ooh, Percival sneaking up on the medevacs. Does try to, but ByuN gets away. ByuN does pull away. We do have a faster 4th CC for Percival, so Percival, he will maintain his economic lead. Getting his 4th. And the game is slowing down. And ByuN, he will be able to maintain his upgrade advantage. 2-2. 2-2 is on the way. Upgrades just evened up. Oh, ByuN has the greater marine counts. Yeah, Percival gets caught out. He gets caught out. Has to get the hell out of here. The game is slowing down. As I mentioned before, Percival, he had potential to end the game then and there. That was his moment. That was his moment. ByuN is recovering. Again, Percival still has that faster 4th. ByuN stepping forward. He kind of pushed into siege range though. ByuN kind of pushed into the tanks. And Percival's just turtling up. He's turtling up, building up his tanks, throwing down his sensor towers, throwing down his turrets, his depots. We're walling up, we're slowing the game down. ByuN's still shocking around. Still looking for damage. Percival does have to be careful. 2-2 is almost done for ByuN, and Percival, he cannot fight head on. Yeah, cannot fight. Oof. Percival, calm down. We can't be out here like this. He's getting cornered. ByuN, he finds more Marines. Going for the medevacs. And Percival will lose everything. He'll lose every Marine here. Oof. That was a big chunk of supply. Actually, they actually traded. Jesus, never mind. Surprised by how well that trade was. ByuN is max. ByuN is maxed out. Pushing right down mid. It's a very heavy Marine composition. Yeah, heavy bio army. Does get one of the tanks already. Does get one. Percival trying to bully his way through. Yeah, trying to. So when it comes to the supplies here, you can see that Percival does have a heavy Viking count. That doesn't really help with just how heavy Marine focused ByuN is. ByuN has 66 Marines against the 29 of Percival. Like, again, very Marine heavy. It's a very cheap army. And it's very mobile. As you can see, he rotates, does find 3 tanks. And ByuN, can he get them? He gets 1. He gets 1, he gets 2, and he does get all 3. 3 tanks go down. Massive pickoffs. Percival, he was out of position. ByuN pushing further in. Oh, toss over extend. But the tanks take it within range. Yeah, within range here of the CC. Massive win here for ByuN. Again, ByuN doesn't care about your Vikings. Just man with gunpowder. That's all you need. That's all you need. As Liberators, they bully back the tanks at least. Now, what I will say about this style that ByuN is going for, this heavy Marine style that we have seen from players like Clem, players like RERUN, ByuN is most known for it in TVT, is that it is very mobile. That is true. It's very cheap, and has a lot of DPS, but it doesn't scale well into a longer game. Like if Percival, as he builds up his tanks, his Vikings, his Ravens, like he will have a more efficient main army if he has everything together. That's the thing. It's on ByuN to try to find these openings, find these chinks in the armor to rotate back and forth, find some bases, find some tanks, and try to outmaneuver Percival. Ooh, nice disables. Disables 2 tanks. We do see Percival trying to push forward. Yeah, a little bit late to rotate. He's a little bit late. Does go for the continued disables though. But this is what I mean, right? Like in a head-on fight, I do favor Percival, but ByuN's not fighting head-on. He's going for counterattacks. Counterattacks, backstabs. It's on ByuN to pull Percival apart. And so far he is. He's finding damage. Tanks again within range of the planetary. Stims in. Takes down both Liberators. Yeah, massive pickups. And Percival just cannot keep up. But this planetary, it's going to go down. Taking so much damage. The Ravens are trying to move in, but there's no follow-up. Okay. Yeah, quick on siege. Jesus, very quick on siege out of ByuN. He saves all 4 tanks. Not many medevacs here to go for a drop. But he might be able to break through that siege line. As ByuN is still rallying. Again, ByuN is still rallying forward. So 3-3. If Percival can slow the game down, then maybe. Oh, God. But the army rushes forward. Once again, takes down the siege line. There's just too many Marines. ByuN breaks through. Breaks through, what, 4 or 5 tanks. And these Vikings, they've been dead supply, to be honest. Like, these Vikings have been dead supply. Not been helping. They could help if ByuN was going for drops, but the map is so small that we don't need to drop. We just rotate. We just walk on the ground. Like, it's, it's fine. The planetary does fall. Marines, they stim in once again. At this point, ByuN has done it. Like, ByuN, he has broken Percival. As Percival, he's lost his economy. He's lost his army. Again, it's mainly Sky Terran here, which isn't really helping against the Mass Marine. As once again, ByuN rotates within range of the planetary. The Liberator's trying to bully back those tanks. Gets one. That's another tank. Some nice pickups here by Percival. Like Percival, he's fighting his heart out. He's doing what he can. ByuN rotates towards the triangular third. He sims on forward. He gets a tank. Takes out one of the tanks. Slowly trying to force his way through. Percival, he is looking to try to stabilize. He's going for the center expansion. We're still a ways away. Still a ways away. ByuN dropping on the tanks. Getting another 2. Another 2 tanks go down. A little bit messy here from ByuN. Getting messy. But it's fine. Like it's as long as he can deny mining. As long as he can maintain that economic lead. And stay on top of the tank counts. There we go. Snipes a Liberator. How many tanks do we have? 6. Yeah, only 6. Only 1 Liberator as well. see ByuN amassing towards the top side. ByuN is maxed out. He's headed towards the linear third base once again. He's killed the space twice so far. Can he get it a third time? He can. Yeah, he can. He can and he will. Stims on in, takes down the planetary for the third time. And again, still just a more efficient trade here from ByuN. He collapses in. He may lose 3 of these tanks though. Okay. 3 tanks go down. At the same time, ByuN, he does go for the backstab. Takes down 2 more. 2 more tanks go down. Marines, they can make their way into the middle line. Takes down the tower. It's a sensor tower. SCVs as well. Critical damage. Again, Percival just doesn't have the supply to stabilize. Doesn't have the supply to defend multiple locations at once. He's been down 50 supply and he just cannot recover. He's been trying. He's been trying. Oh, I know Messi. Sí, papi, sí. Messi. Not Ronaldinho. Not Ronaldinho. As ByuN just keeps hammering down the bases. Once again, steaming forward. This time there's no bio support for these tanks. Nice disables. Okay. Percival holding his own. Holds his own. Takes down all 3 tanks. Just trying to survive that. Meanwhile, ByuN has been slowly expanding, just taking more bases, taking more expansions. His bases have been left untouched just because he's been containing Percival. Has been containing. Percival, he wanted those medevacs. Does get a tank. The tower set never rebuilt. Nice job on 2 remaining tanks. Ooh, and these might be the final moments here as 3 more tanks go down. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will tie the series 1-1. We have it back and forth. GG. Whew, GG, well played. ByuN, he does tie things up. Again, Percival, he was so close to taking a 2-0 lead, by the way. Like, it was what, 20 minutes ago? It was it was a long game. But if you recall early on when Percival went for the 2-port play, when he went for the second starport, remember Percival, he was able to take and dominate a fight. I say dominate. He was able to barely clutch out a fight outside of the natural base of ByuN. But we spoke about it. There was that moment where Percival, he made the decision to, instead of reinforcing his tanks with the Vikings, he went for a run by. He went for a counterattack at the third base, where he did kill some SCVs, but it meant that his tanks were exposed. It meant that his Liberator was exposed, and he lost that position outside of the natural. If he had kept his Vikings together with the army, I do think that he could have pushed forward into the natural and ended the game. I feel like he could have pushed on forward, pressed the issue, and broken ByuN then and there. But alas, he did decide to go for some more secure economic damage, which meant that ByuN broke out, and ByuN was able to stabilize. He was able to recover from there. As you were pointing out, ByuN, he did have the greater upgrades. He had a lot of Marines, of course, had a very mobile composition, and in the end, he did break Percival. He was able to recover, and not just recover, but exceed Percival in that economy, in that army. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth. We have a series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran being forced into that series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is a Percival. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have this red Terran player. We have the red Terran, we have the South Korean Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. That was just non-stop aggression from ByuN. Yes, especially because it was Tourmaline. We kind of brought it up a little bit, but because the map is so small, Tourmaline, I mean, not Winter Madness, but because the map is so small, the rotations and reinforcements from ByuN hit so hard and they hit so fast. This is why the Viking production that Purcell was going for didn't really mean anything, because ByuN wasn't going for drop play. He didn't need to go for drops. I would say that it is more difficult to pull off ByuN's or that mass marine style on a larger map like Winter Madness, so we don't really expect it here, just because it is weaker on this larger map. Just because rotations take longer, reinforcements take longer, and you are more reliant on drop play. So we'll see how our players do adjust their approach. But the map Tourmaline itself, I would say Ruby Rock and probably 10,000 feet as well, but these smaller maps do kind of favor this aggressive style, so it hit even harder. It's even more difficult to keep up and to defend and to keep up with the aggression of ByuN. If you're curious how to deal with that kind of style, again, we have seen RERUN deal with it, Cure, Clem. Basically, if you're able to stop ByuN from gaining momentum, if you're able to deter and shut down and even catch the medevacs or keep up with the rotations, then your army, the tank Raven heavy composition, tank Raven Liberator heavy composition, will outscale if the defending player can max out. If you remember, Percival never maxed out. He never got there, right? He never got there because he was torn apart, because he had a hard time keeping up with all these rotations. But if you're able to, then you will come out on top with a superior composition. So it's very intense, very intense. As Percival goes in for the scout, but he will lose the Reaper. Not quite worth it for Percival here, as we are opening up. Got CC on the high ground for ByuN, CC on low ground for Percival. Percival, he did go for a faster factory into a faster starport, faster 1-1-1 out of Percival. ByuN going for the fastest CC on the high ground. Losing the first Reaper was brutal. Ideally, you don't want to move out with your first Reaper, but Percival, he really wanted scouting information. You got the scouting, but at the cost of the Reaper. Meanwhile, welcome one and all to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool, much larger map, much more known for longer macro games. I will say that a lot of this will come down to the third base. I feel TVTs usually do. If our players can actually maintain and establish their third bases, then we can end up in a longer game. If not, then the game can end then and there. Oh, as Percival is going to be opening up with Speed Banshees. So we have a Speed on the way, Hyperflight Rotors. Again, this is a style that has reasonable popularity in TVT and TVP, even more so in the recent patch, if you remember, with the buff to the Banshee. They reduce the time it takes to research this upgrade, for those that are unaware. Did reduce the time. And with Hyperflight Rotors, you can retain your Banshees, right? Yeah, they have a little more micro potential. So you can go in, get some SCVs, pull away, go back in later on, and deal economic damage over time. This might also be indicative of mech. I don't know if Percival is really one to play too much mech. We'll see. But there is a mech style that does rely on supportive Speed Banshees. We'll see. As ByuN did go for a massive Hellion count, he's going for the dive. Uh-oh, yeah, he's going for the dive. How many Hellions? 6? Yeah, 6 Hellions here from ByuN. Against a 5 of Percival. Yeah, ByuN is breaking through. Percival, he stacks up. Oh, and he breaks into the mineral line. Ay. SCVs, they should be going down. I mean, the Cyclone has arrived, okay? Cyclone does make it. Takes down the Hellion. And Percival will hold. But at a cost. Yeah, he will hold at a cost of 5 SCVs. 5 workers go down. Raven harassing the main base. But that could have been worse. To be fair, that could have been worse. That could have been game. That could have been the entire mineral line going down. As that was a big commitment from ByuN. Jesus, as ByuN does find the Raven. Ooh, and he will bring it down. Oh, wait, sorry, the opposite. Percival finds the Raven, does bring it down. So nice pick up there by Percival. More importantly, did ByuN scout the main base? He did not. Ooh, so he's not fully aware. Banshee's coming in. But there's a Cyclone. Okay, there's a Cyclone in position. The Raven shouldn't get much done. Not yet. Now, what I find interesting here is that there's only one. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, only one. Sorry, I said Raven. I keep saying Raven. There's only one Banshee. There's only one Banshee here for Percival. He didn't invest into a second Banshee, which is interesting considering that he did invest into the upgrade. He pulls back, getting into Viking production. So far, Percival, he does have the Viking lead. Oh. And nice little pickoffs. Get some damage on the tank. Gets a Marine slowly pushing forward. He does have 2 more Vikings on the way. And ByuN's doing it again. He's going double eBay, going to a mass bio composition. Percival rotates over towards the third. Once again, zoning back those Ravens. Gets a tank. Nice pickoff. Takes down one of the tanks. More Vikings have arrived. Ooh, as the Banshee gets thrown away. Yeah, the Banshee does fall. Brutal pickoff. ByuN is holding. ByuN is holding on. He wants a Raven. Automas, he gets it. Snipes one of the Ravens. 1 Raven left. Just 1 remaining. Behind this, double eBay. It's going to be ByuN, not Mech, out of Percival, getting to its own additional Raxes. We're building up. Are going to be building up. There should be a small upgrade lead here for ByuN, as he does have the faster 1-1. SAS he is yet to be in +1. Still lacking gases. ByuN the first to expand. Percival, he isn't too far behind. Landing his own. Ideally, Percival wanted to maintain his position outside of the third base and take his own third, but he just wasn't able to maintain it. Percival gets owned away. Third base now being taken. ByuN's looking for a way in. Ooh. Looking for a way in. Does get the armor missile off. Yeah, gets off the missile. Does win the battle in the skies. Catching out 2 of the tanks even. Oh. Massive losses. Massive losses here for Percival. He's being bullied back. ByuN has the high ground. Nice scan. Nice scan by Percival. He's holding on. He's holding. He does defend. ByuN still rallying. ByuN has momentum. Percival trying to hold on. He rotates towards the natural. Gets spotted. Nice spot by Percival. Oh, you can even chase down the Vikings. You can try it. The E-base are too close. No shot. +1. +1 is going to be denied. That is brutal. I want to say the second E-base within range as well. Oh, no. Yeah, Vikings, they land, they deny mining, they're going for this, yeah, they're within range of the tank. Both D-bays go down, massive pickups. 0 upgrades for Percival, he's going for the counterattack. He's desperate. He's desperate for damage. Gets 1 reinforcing tank. And looks like he might get another. Barely not. And yeah, they can just back off. He doesn't have to keep pushing. Oh. Percival with the attempted surround. Percival coming in from behind. Trying to. RERUN also reinforces. And RERUN is working on 2-2, whereas Percival, he just began 1-1. As Percival bleeds off a tank. Getting a little bit messy. Oof. Percival was going for a desperation drop across the map. Sure, attempted to land. ByuN, he does spot the drop. He reacts, he responds. And his fourth base is getting up. So he's up an expansion, up a mineral line. ByuN should be the first to max out. First of all, looking for an opening. He's looking bad. Now, I will say that in TVT, you can be down 20, 30 army supply and still be able to outposition and out-trade and out-siege your opponent. That is true. It's just difficult just because ByuN does have a greater economy and the greater upgrades. There's a lot more than just supply that's in favor of ByuN. Percival's claiming his fourth base. Now we're about to finish 1-1. Let's go. Let's see. And ByuN is pushing towards the third. How many tanks? 8. He's got 8 tanks, 69 Marines. Nice. Does have a mass Marine army. Stims in. And he's going to break through. Yeah, he's just going to brute force his way through. He just tanks the tank shots, breaks through all 3 tanks, breaks through the Marines, and getting within range of the CC. Just bullying his way forward. Denies the third base. Picking up depots. Again, ByuN just securing himself, containing Percival. Percival does have air control, true. Does have more Vikings. Liberators, they have a lot of potential, but first Liberator goes down. It's worth it for ByuN to throw away Marines for Liberators. This is worth it. Speaking of, yeah, ByuN, he wants that lid. He gets it. And trading minerals for gas. As the Marines, they're very expendable. He's got 69, but he's got plenty of Marines. It's fine. He's making 16 Marines at a time, by the way. He's it's a lot of men with gun. And Percival's going for the base trade. It's the only shot. It's really the only chance he has. Ooh, snipes a full medevac. Let's go. Nice positioning here with the Liberators. Zones away the tanks. Percival going for the Hail Mary play, but ByuN, he does have an army back at home. Percival gets a tank. Gets a tank, going for the third TC. ByuN, he turns around. And Percival is kind of trapped out here. He's rotates over. He's getting caught out. Yeah, he's getting caught out. No! Get out of here! We'll lose the full medevac. 2 medevacs go down. He'll lay to unload. And Marines will clean this up. They'll clean this up completely. Shuts down the tanks. Percival, he plummets in supply. Again, it was a Hail Mary play. I mean, what else could he do? He had to get something done. It wasn't worth it, Babby. It wasn't worth it. He was able to alleviate some pressure at least. His third base is back up and running. Back operational. True. Oh, now we're going for drop play. That's ByuN. Once again, he's remaxed. Percival not quite able to catch the Metamax. ByuN rotating over. Jeez, that's a lot of tanks. Within range of the planetary. Fun fact, the Marines actually can't hit that Liberator. Hey, he cannot hit the lid. Liberators are trying to hold on. One does go down. Gets one, gets the other. Both Liberators full. As here come ByuN's reinforcements. I mean, these were pretty inefficient trades from ByuN. True. Like Percival just forcing ByuN to engage into the Liberators. Into the tank lines. So that was a better trade here for Percival. Supply-wise, Percival, he does have a comparable size of army, but again, a lot of the supply are in Vikings and Liberators, in tanks. So far, Percival's keeping up with the rotations. Okay, he's keeping up. He's also got another base up and running. He does him in. Gets Sims forward. Gets 3 tanks. Oof, massive pickoffs. Yeah, 3 tanks go down. Vikings as well. The Viking lead that was meant to be in favor of Percival, it's not there. Losing so many Vikings and tanks. Ay, ay, ay. What is helping Percival is that, hey, he was able to retake his 3rd and actually get mining going and get a 5th base. The 5th base is now up. This has allowed Percival to build up an army. But only for a moment. Percival now going for 2 more starports, going into more Liberators, until eventually mass Raven. As tanks they do siege in time. Nice punish. Very nice. But he'll still lose the base. 5th base goes down. And technically this is all that ByuN has to do. ByuN just has to deny the 5th. Deny the 5th base over and over again. While ByuN mass expands, gets a 7th, 8th expansion. You can see ByuN is scanning, he's checking for bases. That is his win condition. Just keep the base count low for Percival. Keep it low. ByuN is almost playing like in PvT when a Protoss player is going for a mass gateway composition for mass zealots, like mass zealot, stalker, colossus. And they take the entire map and they contain the Terran on like 4 bases. Similar concept here. Instead of mass zealot, mass marine. So rotating. Oh, catching out a tank. Better siege position for ByuN. And massive tank shots. As ByuN, he wants that planetary. Percival, he's cut off. He's cut off on the base. ByuN's the first to siege. Not enough Marines, though. Yeah, not enough Marines. The base is getting low. Uh-oh. He gets it. He does get it. GG gets caught. Percival, he taps out, and ByuN, he'll take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he does take the 2-1 lead. Yeah, very intense back and forth here. I will say that this game was a little bit more in favor of ByuN for the most part, as in he had control of the game a lot earlier. Percival, he was getting desperate at times, having a really hard time keeping up with the rotations, with the army. In the end, GG. GG, well played. Go. And we'll see what we load into here for game number 4. Remember, this is a best of 5. Best of 5. ByuN is 1 game away from claiming the series. We'll see if Percival can bring it back and force the ace match, as the next game is going to be on 10,000 feet. Okay. A much smaller map this time. A much smaller map. Which means there's a higher chance that we might even see early game aggression here. Let's go. Winding it back when it came to the game itself, if you recall, we saw that Percival, he did go for, once again, like an earlier starport, earlier kind of Viking lead. He was trying to bully his army forward with his Banshees, with his Vikings, and he was able to get some decent trades. Remember, he killed one of the Ravens, but he wasn't able to get his 3rd base behind it. I was mentioning how the goal there should have been to bully back ByuN, contain ByuN on 2 bases, and get his own 3rd up and running, but he failed to do so. ByuN actually got the faster 3rd, crazily enough. ByuN got the faster 3rd base, was able to get the faster upgrades, and maintain that economic lead. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner. Top left-hand corner here of 10,000 feet. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, the South Korean Terran down in the series. Oh, as we send out multiple SCVs, it is Percival. And says that because of the defender's advantage, Percival should be able to overwhelm these Reapers, but we'll see. If ByuN can out-control, out-micro, and get a Reaper early on or get an SCV early on, then ByuN can overwhelm. Percival is scouting. He'll find. Wow, he will find this. He does confirm both Raxes. Yeah, he does scouts. And Percival should be feeling good about this. He should be feeling good about this position. He pulls away, going for the faster factory. So again, faster factory, additional equivalent to Reaper production. Percival's Reapers are going to be reinforcing faster. He shoots first. Yeah, he shoots first. He goes for the dive. Oh no, the KDA charge. Oh my god, that should not have happened. ByuN with a KDA charge does outtrade. Does outtrade initially. As ByuN is going for the second Reaper. No shot. ByuN is out controlling. He's out controlling. The boys are being pulled. Oh no, he chasing another Reaper. He gets another Reaper. He gets two. Gets both. Percival, he's going to be able to hold on. Again, he does hold on. He does keep up. But again, these trades should have been better for Percival. They should have been better. ByuN is transitioning back at home, getting his factory, pulling back with his Reapers. Percival, he did defend, but again, not as strong as a defense as he was otherwise hoping. Goes a Marine from at first. Okay. Want to give a shout out to the chat for making sure that I'm not losing my mind, because But alas, yeah, GG gets called. GG gets called. Percival does shut him down, and with that, we're going to the ace match. GG. As he mentioned, Percival, he was going for the hard counter, and even though the early game control wasn't as clean as it should have been for Percival, it was still a hard counter. He still shut down the Reapers, and with that, we're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. So both players gambled, and Percival did gamble correctly there. Was able to gamble correctly. Going for the hard counter, going for the 2-ranks opener back at home, and with that, we're going to game number 5. Oh. Whew, we're going to game 5. We're going to Title Citadel. Let's go. Let us go. Going to be loading into a much larger map of the map pool this time, and is it Percival's turn to proxy? Are we that bold? Are we that bold to go for the counter proxy this time and risk it all? Do we gamba, papi? Let's go. Clearly, Light had too much eggnog. I mean, but apparently I was correct there. I was like, I thought I was losing my mind. But no. Did make a Marine first. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match. We're making our way all the way into the final game of the series and spawning in the top left-hand corner. Hello. We have the blue Terran player. Hello. We have the blue Terran. We have the South Korean Terran. It is a Percival. We're proxying each other, by the way. Both SCVs are moving in position. Second SCV moves out. We're going. Let's go! Proxy 2x versus Proxy 2x. Vamonos, baby. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran for Shopify. It is a ByuN. Proxy 2x versus Proxy 2x. Both SCVs are being sent out across the map. Where's the Spider-Man meme, papi? Ay. As I was expecting, again, I was making a joke that Percival would do it. I wasn't expecting both of them to go for it. Now, how does this work? If you've never seen this before, typically, these Reapers will... They will overwhelm, they will shut down, and the buildings will float. The CC, basically both players should lose control of their main bases. Both players should lift their buildings and float across the map and float back to their production and defend and take separate bases and then play a weird game from there. That's typically how this goes, but we'll see. But again, typically the Reapers should be able to take control of each other's bases. Then you just go for the Great Migration, you go for the liftoff, you just evacuate what you can. And then things get crazy. Things get rowdy. Just because you have nothing to defend, right? Like, neither player has any defenses back at home. So that's why we should be forced, both players should be forced to lift. And then it comes down to the Reaper count. It comes down to how much you're able to mine in time. What I mean by that is that when the Reapers show up, you have to mine as much as possible. Meanwhile, Percival scouts. Percival, he does go in, he does scout. Percival, he knows. Percival knows that there's proxy. ByuN didn't scout, so ByuN doesn't know. So Percival, he has a little bit of extra information. Does head for the main. So does ByuN. ASV is going down. Boys are being pulled. Does pull the boys. Both players do. And again, both players should lose all these workers. And it's all about just how much money can you squeeze out. As these Reapers should not be surrounded. They should not be surrounded. But now we're kiting back. Percival, he's losing more SCVs. Percival losing 7, 8 SCVs across the map. Again, oh, he was unable to zone away well enough. So Percival is losing workers faster. And the reason why it matters just how much you're able to mine is because you're limited in your income, because you have no money, right? Like now both players have no more income, and with what they've mined, how much can they make? How many Reapers can they produce? And here comes a great migration. So we have 5 versus 5. ByuN does as down go all the mules. Again, we're going to be floating over. We're going to be trading bases. These CCs should float to the protection of these Raxes. So they're heading in that direction. ByuN is squeezing out an extra. He's squeezing out an extra Marine, but I believe Percival has an extra Reaper because he had extra gas. Am I crazy? He's getting up to 8. He's getting up to 8 Reapers, and Reapers can heal over time. Reapers are more valuable. And I think Percival wins. Yeah, Percival, he's gonna have an extra Reaper. So I mean, it comes down to the control, but technically on paper, Percival has 1 extra Reaper, so he has more DPS, he has more longevity. But it comes down to the control. We have seen ByuN out micro with KDA charges. True. Oh, he's going for the gold. Let's go. That's smart. He's going for the gold base. Percival is gonna get there first. True. I forgot about the gold. He's going for it. Meanwhile, Percival, he also has the tall grass advantage as well. He will shoot first. Oh no. Percival, he will shoot first. He should at least. He spots the Reapers. There's the first volley. Wow, and ByuN he cannot move in. ByuN cannot move in. He cannot engage. The tall grass is too good. It's too good. ByuN, he needs high ground vision. Oh no. And now Percival, he has mining. He can soon start making Marines. Yeah, there we go. Marine production has begun. And again, everything is in favor of Percival here. It comes down to the unit control. But even then, oh no, Percival, calm down. Oh, Percival, he got over eager. He got over eager. Did dive in with that ByuN. Can he take the fight? Oh my god, 2 versus 2. No, he'll lose extra Reaper. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by Percival. He got too excited. Percival, he will lose the fight. That should not have happened. No. No shot, and ByuN, he's gonna take it. Basically what happened there is that Percival, he moved forward. He moved forward out of the tall grass. He moved forward out of the tall grass. So Percival should have had the first volley, but he didn't. He moved forward. ByuN shot first. Percival got too excited. No shot. Ay, ay, ay. Now Percival does have production though. He has extra Marines because of the gold. Because of the gold base, he does have production. But Marines don't really trade too well against Reapers is the problem. Like remember, Reapers, they can heal. Ugh. And the Marines are being picked off one after the other. These Reapers cannot micro. And Reapers in the hand of ByuN, he will just out micro these Marines. They're so low. He gets 1, he gets 2, oh, he gets both! He gets both Reapers, GG gets called, and Percival, he will take the series 3-2. GG, ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. That was crazy, by the way, that was crazy. It all came down to the handful of units early on. GG, well played. Percival, he will take it. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN scan, sorry, I apologize. Yes, Kenny's correct in the chat. I will say that Percival did move forward, but ByuN did land a CC. He did scan the tall grass, so sorry I did miss that during the game, but you're correct. GG, well played. Percival, he will take the series in the end, just barely though, just barely. Again, there was so much working in favor of Percival, but despite that, ByuN was still able to out control, even able to out micro, even though he did have a lower Reaper count. Still came down to this final couple of moments, final units. GG, well played. Percival, he will advance on to the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between Percival and Classic. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Hi, yeah, that was crazy. GG, well played. Virtus Pro. But of course, ByuN was on a timer, right, where technically with 2 Reapers he could out-micro, and he was out-microing, he was out-controlling, he could back off, he could heal, but if he backed off and healed, then the mules of Percival would be able to mine more resources and get more marines. So like it was a really well position there for ByuN at the very end when it comes to like how should he engage, how can he engage, and how aggressive should he be as well when it comes to allowing Percival to actually get any kind of mining up and running. Whew, but again, very intense, crazy series, crazy way to end the semifinals as well. And now the grand finals have a lot to live up to. We've got a lot to live up to here. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let us head on over. Let's go. I see in chat, why did he build Marine? Because they aren't as good as Reapers? Because there's no gas. That's why I should wind it back. I was saying that it all came down to the resources gathered in the beginning, because you would not be able to get a gas geyser up from there. So I should have really I should have emphasized the fact that resources is a more like vague term, but really the gas income there is the most important, because you're not going to be able to mine any extra gas after you lose control of your main base, because once you run out of gas, once you finish mining, then you won't get any more Reapers. So again, Reapers, they cost gas, bear that in mind. So I did say at the time a more general term of like what resources they gather is important there, but technically it's what gas is mined is even more important. More specific, I should say. But regardless, GG well played. GG well played. And with that, we're getting into the grand finals here. Oh my god, do you need a moment to gather myself? But yes, we do have our grand finals. Classic Tuna trigger 3-0 earlier. Classic has yet to drop a map, by the way. He's yet to drop a map. Classic is coming in as a favorite player, but Percival, he was the underdog against RERUN, he was the underdog against ByuN, and he's the underdog here against Classic as well. Can he pull this off? Can he pull off the upset? I will say that Percival, at least in my opinion, his TVP is his best matchup. Like Percival, he has caused a lot of upsets in the past. He has popped off and brought down many a top Protoss player. But of course, the meta has shifted, the meta has changed, and we are jumping into the grand finals. Vitas are done, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. Whew, it is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is a Classic. Let's go. Let us go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our final series of the broadcast. The grand finals are upon us here. We have our best of 5. Let's go. We have our TV for the first time tonight. We have a TVP. We've had non-stop mirror matchups for the entirety of the broadcast, but finally we have a non-mirror matchup. We see Classic early on, scouting for proxies, making sure there's no shenanigans going on. Again, Percival is typically hyper aggressive in the TVP matchup. I say that because of the meta, because of how the meta has shifted over the past couple of weeks. We have seen more mid-game and mid to late game play out of our players. We have seen Terran players embrace that kind of longer game state, getting to the mid-game, getting up to 4 bases, and that is typically the case here on White Rabbit. White Rabbit is one of the larger maps of the map pool, is a little bit more defendable here on 4 bases, especially if you go for the center expansion. If you go for the center base, then your linear third base is better protected. You can locate your army here, you can knock down these rocks, rotate easier, and set up on 4 bases. So we'll see how Percival will approach this. Also, I'm surprised. He could have asked for a break, by the way. We would have been happy to oblige, but Percival, he knocked down ByuN and he was like, give me more. Like, he needs to ride that high back. Let's go. See in the chats, a battle between 6 units more intense than clashing armies. True. Crazy, crazy. I can't remember the last time I saw this setup for a game. I think the last time it happened on the CranKy Ducklings was either at the beginning of the year or end of last year. It was a, I want to say maybe ESL Open Cup Americas or ESL Open Cup Asia. It was an ESL Open Cup, and it was I think it was Clem versus ByuN. Clem versus ByuN on Hardwire? No, not Hardwire. But we've seen it before. That's why at the beginning we called it, like, typically with like 2x, proxy 2x versus proxy 2x, like you end up like base trading and your buildings float. But yeah, the ESL Open Cups, that was quite some time ago actually, now that I think about it. Like but I think that's the last time I remember it. During one of the ESL Open Cups. It's been a while, man. It's been a while. But here we go. For the time being, we're going to be settling into our own TVP here. It is going to be a Blink-based opener out of Classic, and he's going for a very greedy variation. Do you see what I see? 2-gate. 2-gate Blink into a fast third. Hyper greed here by Classic. This is an opener that is more viable here because of what we said earlier. This is one of the larger maps, so longer rush distance by ground, so it is a little bit safer to go for a third base of such this quickly. But on smaller maps, I would say that this is greedy, and this is risky, and often is punished. Speaking of punish, do have our 2-1-1 setup, tank production, banshees as well. Percival is going to be rushing across the map, and we'll see if Percival can punish the greed. Let's go. Remember, Classic, he has minimal stalkers. He has 4 stalkers in total, 2 adepts, no shield battery. Here comes Percival. He's rushing into the bases. We'll see if he can find some economic damage. Marines, they tie up the stalkers. Hellions, they go for the mineral line, and probes are going to be going down. So far, getting up to 4 or 5 probes going down. Again, these Marines are just here to just buy time, just to tank, just to distract. Ooh, massive Hellion shots. And the Hellions, they deal the real damage. Getting up to 11. Up to, almost up to 12. But 11 probes go down. Nice damage here by Percival. Nice start. And again, the pressure was on because Classic went for a greedy build to punish said greed. And remember, we're not done. Behind this, I believe we did have a Banshee. Oh yeah, Banshee. Banshee is out. Tank on the high ground. Ooh, Percival overextending. Has to calm down. Calm down, Percival. Calm down. Does siege up on the high ground. We have the Banshee making its way across the map. Classic goes for the dive. He's going for the tank. Oh, he's going to lose so much. He's going to lose too much here. Every Stalker's going to go down. He does barely get the tank, but that was not worth it. Rough trade for Classic, and Percival, he can counterattack. Percival, he has a massive lead. The Banshee has arrived, making its way into the main. And no cloak. If only there was cloak. Gets 1. Gets 2. Banshee pulls away. Percival, he's rallying. The boys are being pulled. Remember, Percival, he took a better fight. And there is a window. There's an opening. Percival, he has momentum. What do we have to defend? 5 Stalkers. 5 Stalkers defensively here. The boys that are here to repair. They hit a tank. Speaking of, the third base is within range. Stalkers are going for the dive. Yeah, they're going for the dive, and they 3-shot the tank. They do 3-shot, but that's going to be a lot of Stalkers going down. 3 Stalkers do fall. Banshee back into the natural was dealt with. Banshee was barely dealt with. Classic, is he cleaning this up? The repair of the Banshee. He's trying to repair. They're trying to keep it up here. The bunker is almost done. Boys are being pulled. Bunker finishes. He's getting in. Yeah, oh no! A bit of a miss rally here. Rallies the tank into the army. Bunker does complete. Yeah, rough rally here for Percival. Again, he's so close. He will kill the third. Or at least he should. I say that. Classic barely holding. Oh no, the bunker's out of range. The bunker's out of range of the Nexus. No. But at least does run away the Stalkers. Gets 1. Again, 5 Stalkers left. Nice snap of the Observer. Tank is moving in. And the tank will punish. Yeah, massive punish here. Hefty losses here for Classic. Trying to come in for the surround. Diving on the tank. And sure, he gets the tank, but he'll lose everything. He'll lose every Stalker. Every Stalker goes down. Percival, he has broken the third base. Sims on forward. Kills the third. GG gets called. And Percival will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, a very aggressive game here by Percival, which, if you remember, is what we expected. We expect aggression out of Percival, and remember, one of the reasons why the aggression worked as well as it did is because Classic was cutting corners. Classic did go for a greedy build. He went for a 2-gate blink opener into a third base, so he had minimal stalkers, minimal warp-ins, minimal gateways. As a result, we saw that Percival, he was able to kill 11 probes at the start of the game. That forced a counterattack out of Classic, and the counterattack was not worth it. The counterattack was not worth it. Oh. Classic, he bled out too many stalkers, and once the counterattack of Classic failed, bam, that triggered a Percival. That triggered Percival. Percival, he committed, he pulled the boys. GG. GG, well played. It was still very chaotic, it was still very intense, but GG, well played. Whew. Percival, he does take a lead in the series, and now we're loading into the Old Republic. Now, after what just happened on White Rabbit, I would imagine that Classic should be going for safer builds, especially on the Old Republic, but we should be seeing safer builds out of Classic. We should be seeing a higher gateway count and a later third base. But we'll see. We'll see. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss for Team Protoss Pro. It is a Classic. And a big shout to Sort of in the chat. One moment here, slash shout outs at Sort of. There we go. Big shout out to Sort of. Sort of course, has been streaming a lot of StarCraft as of late, has been streaming a lot, has been playing a lot, so big shout out to Sort of. Thank you so much for the raid. We've even seen Sort of playing a Tuna Cup every now and then. Every now and then. But thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time. Meanwhile, welcome everyone, welcome to the final Tuna Cup of 2025. This is the December finals. For those who don't know, for Tuna Cup, this is an event. Actually, I didn't even get a shout out earlier, as we're coming in for the eBay block. But if you want to support the Tuna Cup, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon is what funds our tournaments. It solely does fund our Tuna Cups, our Sea Duckling Opens, and our Master Swan Opens as well. It is all funded via Patreon, and you can help us grow our tournaments via Patreon as well. Again, the Tuna Cup is for the people, by the people, and if you didn't know, the Tuna Cup is the longest running Open Cup out there. It's been running longer than War DCB Mondays, or Pegasus Cups, or Monday Night Weeklies, or KSL. It's been running longer than all these tournaments. The Tuna Cup, as we force the unnatural successful eBay block here by Percival. Now, because Percival has forced the base here on the low ground, what does this mean? Classic's exposed. Classic is vulnerable to aggression here. Percival can go for a faster factory. He doesn't, but he could have gone for a faster factory, into faster reactor, into Hellion aggression to punish the low ground, or to rotate into the main base. It's going to be an awkward defense here for Classic. So awkward setup, awkward defense, awkward expansion. We'll see what Percival can do with this. But again, Tuna Cup has been running for many years at this point. It is a weekly open tournament, and it even has monthly finals, and that's what has led us here into the December finals. We had our top 8 players. We had ByuN, we had Trigger, we had SKillous, we had Christiana and Nicaract as well, but in the end, we have our top 2. We have Classic and Percival. This is the finals, the grand finals of our monthly December finals of the Tuna Cup. Shout out to the Tuna. Shout out to the Tuna. I think the bunker placement was pretty cool. Not within range of the base, but powerful against the ramp. It was within range to zone away the army to protect the tank. That is true. Or I say protect the tank, to protect the key units, whether it was the tank, whether it was the Banshee, to zone away the reinforcing army. Classic going to be opening up with a proxy behind the natural. Bold move by Classic. What is the best defense? A good offense. Classic knows that he's vulnerable, so his response is to be hyper aggressive. We have 1 gateway at home, 2 more gates on the way, 3 gate aggression at a Classic. So the goal for Classic here is to be hyper aggressive, to make sure that Percival never gets across the map. To make sure he never gets across. 1 SCV goes down. The Reaper does get onto the high ground though. Does deny mining. Oh no! Kills a probe. Does kill a probe. The Sentry will defend. Ooh, and again Percival, he is stuck on 1 base. The Cyclone has arrived. Nice lock on. Remember, there is no blink. And this Stalker, ooh, barely survives. Barely does survive. Oh no, the Marines! Jesus, that's 3 Stalkers. Miscontrol by Classic, losing 3 Stalkers at once. Losing 4. Yeah, 4 Stalkers go down. Massive losses for Classic. He's being bullied. He's being bullied back. He's lost too much. Losing another Stalker. Down to 1. Another lock-on. We try to force a recall, and the Stalker is not saved. Classic losing everything. Classic is falling apart. He's falling apart. Ay, 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 Percival. After knocking down ByuN, he can't be stopped. He's going to knock down the proxy. And remember, Classic, he's vulnerable back at home. Remember, the purpose of Classic's build was to contain Percival. It was to contain. Remember, Classic, his blink is late. His Twilight Council is delayed. Everything was delayed here because of the 3-gate aggression, and the aggression failed. And now Classic's in trouble. He's in trouble. He's in danger. Defending this defending this natural is going to be so difficult. Oh, he's hiding. Let's go. Classic is hiding in the tall grass. He gets spotted by the medevac. Yeah, he gets spotted. Another Stalker falls. Down to 4 Stalkers. Nice control by Percival. He saves the Cyclone. Oh my god. Yeah, barely able to save it. And no shot the Classic can defend here. Nice snipe on the Cyclone though. Tank is too far back. Okay. The tank is too far back. Slowly pushing forward. Remember, there is no blink. Another Stalker falls. Charge is on the way. Charge has begun, but again, this base should go down. Like, there's no saving this expansion. No shot. The boys are being pulled. He's going for it. Does pull the boys. Nice target firing on the Stalkers. Massive tank shots. Down to 2. Down to 2 Stalkers left. Trades with the probes. I'll pick up micro. The Viking lands as well. And Percival, he's going to take his lead. 5. He's going to take it. No shot. All the boys are going down, killing every single probe. 13 probe kills. Tank siege is up. Oh, he's running out of buffer though. Running out of Marines. Classic is holding. Classic, he's bare. Oh my god. Oh, the micro. Percival, calm down. Oh my god. The juggling. He takes down 2 extra Stalkers because of that. That's crazy. He got sieged in time. Percival, calm down. He's crazy. He's still running out of steam. He's still running out of units. Charge is almost complete. Percival, he has to regroup. He has to calm down. He has to regroup. He has to pull back, consolidate his forces. Percival does have a massive advantage, but he has to be careful not to lose too much. Oh. Yeah, charge is done. He's chasing out the tank. The tank is going to go down. Massive pickup for Classic. Yeah, Percival, he overextended. He overextended. Got too excited. Calm down, Bobby. Calm down. Again, nice target firing. GG gets called as, again, Classic, he was down and out anyway. GG, and Percival, he'll take a 2-0 lead. Whew. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. Percival, he is 1 game away from claiming the series. Again, a hyper aggression out of Percival. I say that technically, winding it back, it was aggression from Classic that failed. Remember, Classic, he was forced into an awkward position into the low ground expansion. Classic's reaction was to go 3 gates, which I'm not opposed to. He went for a 3-gate response, which delayed his tech, which delayed everything in favor of hyper aggression, but he miscontrolled. He had some big miscontrol as he lost 3 Stalkers early on. I say miscontrol at the same time. Percival did a great job when it came to his unit control, when it came to his cycle, when it came to his marine position, when it came to the high ground as well. He was able to take the fight, bully Classic, capitalize on Classic's mistakes. Remember, Classic, he lost like 6 Stalkers across the map. He lost control of his proxy and lost control of the base. GG. GG, well played. Remember, Classic, he delayed his Twilight Council and his upgrades in favor of the 3-gate aggression, which failed. And now we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. Like, I did mention that Percival, his best matchup is TVP, and I did say that we've seen him upset before, but if he did upset, I was expecting like a game 4 or a game 5. Does he 3-0? Let's find out. In the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Green Terran leading the series 2-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the South Green Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. I see in chat, I mean, Classic could have taken the triangular third base. Not sure who would go for the low ground. That is not true. So very quickly here, specifically on maps, this is a good example, Winter Madness. If you go for the E-Blade block or Winter Madness, there's a high chance you force the low ground third. Why is that? Because when you eBay block, you get the eBay here at the natural, and then you SCV block at the triangular third. This is what happened on the Old Republic, and this often does happen on Winter Madness as well. Because on this map, the only other third base option is on the low ground. So it's the same here on Winter Madness as it is on the Old Republic. So that is why Classic was forced to expand on the low ground, because he couldn't take the triangular third base. Just adds a quick heads up, because if you remember, that's what the SCV was. There are maps like this which don't really have a good alternative third base option. On other maps, you can like choose if you want to expand here at the third or at the linear third or the triangular third, but there are maps like Winter Madness and the Old Republic where the other option is on the low ground, which makes it so difficult to defend. So eBay blocks are stronger on maps like Winter Madness and Old Republic because of that. So it is map specific, to be fair. Map specific. But here we go. Here we go. From here, it is going to be double gas. Double gas open out of Percival, going for the faster factory, going for a delayed CC, so a more tech-heavy start out of Percival. This time, no eBay block, which makes sense. Like, after successfully eBay blocking in game 1, it's not really worth it to do it again. So Percival, he's checking for proxies. Don't blame him. A Classic is the kind of player that, hey, you could be down in the series, but he will cheese the hell out of you. So Percival just securing himself, checking the nearby 4th locations, even double checking. You can see he's being so safe. Doesn't want to die to any cheese. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener at a Classic. Everything looking normal. Like standard opener, even a safe opener going for the safety shield battery. Ooh. So both players are being safe, with Percival just scouting very diligently, and Classic setting up with the blind shield battery. So very safe play all around. This should be heading towards Blink. Chat, everything seems very strange. Also, not using Blink to get the first Banshee. I believe that's in reference to the first game. The first Banshee did eventually go down, if you remember. It did go down harassing the natural. Oh. There we go. Reapers, they do dive into the main. Dive into the main. So far, Classic, he's keeping up. Oh. And we have a Widow Mine drop follow-up here by Percival. Okay. Going for the mine drop. Wait, what? Just one. Okay. Just a singular Widow Mine. With this, you can go for the Marine Widow Mine drop instead. This is a build. This is a style that was popularized by ByuN and Maru like 2 years ago. It was like a year ago, 2 years ago. Typically, the goal here is that the Widow Mine zones away the Stalkers, and the Marines, they focus on economic damage. So you don't want to waste the mine shot on probes. Don't want to waste it. Meanwhile, 3-gate. Yeah, 3-gate Blink, Robot before third base, so a much safer build here by Classic. Going 3-gate Blink Stalkers. And we'll see if Percival can get in position. He's boosting in. Stalkers are rotating over. Oh, yeah, Classic is ready. Classic is ready. The Widow Mine shots will not go off. Nice defense. And the drop is deflected. So clean defense here by Classic. He made it back home in time. And Classic is establishing his third base. Okay, we're settling in. After a very chaotic game 1 and game 2, which, again, hyper aggression from both players in both game 1 and game 2. Now we're slowing things down here in game 3. Slowing things down. We're building up. Classic will establish his third base, and our eyes are now on Percival. He is working towards Stim, building up his tank count. In my mind, we should be working towards a third TC momentarily. We'll see if he throws down extra Raxes instead. Oh no, we're committing. Okay. Oh! Raven does pull back in time. You see Percival trying to bait the army within tank range. Gets one shot off. Classic, he rotates around. Observer does provide vision. Classic making his way into the main. And can he deny Stim? Uh-oh. He's making his way towards the main base. Percival, he's out of position. He does miss the rotation. Army dives in. He's going for the tech lab. Oh, catches the medevac instead. Okay, medevac goes down. Mass repair on the tech lab. Gets one medevac. Bleeds out a couple of stalkers. But does pick up SCVs. It's going to be 3, 4, 5 SCV kills. Ay. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. There's the recall. Bleeds out 2 stalkers. Saves 4. Saves 4 stalkers. And Percival is going to commit. Yeah, we pull the boys. 2 base all in. Stim is now done. +1 and may finish during the all in. It's a ways away though. I'm not too sure it's going to really factor in. Oh no, gets a medevac. Both medevacs go down. No medevac support. Yeah, no medevacs. Some key pickups here by Classic, catching both medevacs. As he pulls away. Missile goes up. Oh, catching the Immortal. Not quite. And Immortal pulls away in time. Storm is halfway done. No shield battery. But remember, every stim hurts. Every stim is killing Percival as he has no medevacs. So he has to be careful. We see Classic coming from behind. There's 4 tanks. And we just see Percival, he's in position. Yeah, he shuts down the Zealots. Tanks, they maintain themselves. Not bad. There's 3 tanks left. Down to 2. Down to 1. 1 tank remaining, but barely he breaks through. He shuts down all the Zealots. The tank survives. And Percival, he's done. He has broken the 3rd base. Yeah, the probes, they try to get away. This 3rd expansion should fall. He's got 1 medevac. He's stimming. And no shot. Percival from here, can he keep going into the natural? That's the question. He has to be careful. He has to be careful. Again, he barely maintained that tank. Again, good positioning here by Percival to shut down that flank. That was a key moment here for Percival. And Stalkers, they can't blink in. There's just too many Marines. Too many Marines. The Nexus goes down. And very mature decision here. Percival, he pulls away. He reinforces, he consolidates his army, but he is still rotating actually towards the natural. Storm is done. Remember, Storm is complete. The Storm is ready. Oh no! Oh, massive Storm! Yeah, Storm connects and all the Marines are going to be going down. Oh no! Stims back in. And with that, I believe Classic should clean this up. He will clean this up again. That was a brutal Storm on the ramp. Ay. Percival losing everything and he plummets in supply. Nah, Percival. Not like this. He was so close. This is the high ground. Yeah, he has the high ground with no support. The tank goes down. Percival is being chased all the way back home. Back at him, what is it to defend? There's going to be 1 tank, a handful of Marines. Classic, he's retaking his 3rd base. Percival, he was so close, man. He was so close. Remember, I was even praising Percival. I was like, oh, he's going to back off and consolidate his army. Like, and then he's like, no, I'm just going to keep pushing. He took a Storm to the face. Not like this. And with that Classic, he's ahead. He has a higher worker count. He's retaking his 3rd base. There's no 3rd TC for Percival. There's no follow-up. Does have +1 at least. He has combat shields. But over time, Classic is stabilizing. Meanwhile, Percival, I believe that his goal here should just be to build up to a 2nd 2-base all-in. But the problem is, when we go for another all-in, this time, look at how many storms there are. I mean, that's a lot of storms, baby. You saw what 1 storm could do, mate. Wait till you see 6. God. So Percival, full medevac goes down. Percival, he's missed his window. Like, he's missed his timing. He missed that back. It was close. I mean, there's a world where if he was a little bit more attentive to his army, or if he had waited for more reinforcements, then maybe that would have been enough if he had minimized damage from the storm. But again, there's 6 Templar, plenty of storms. We got storms for days, feedbacks as well. Percival, he throws down 2 more Maxes. That is indicative that he has no plans on macroing. He has no plans on getting a 3rd base. Now, the best that Percival can hope for is that Classic overextends into a defensive line, right? There's 4 tanks. There's 4 tanks. So if Percival can fight where he's pre-siege, then maybe. Oh, he's moving out. Okay, spots the observer. Spots the observer. Classic coming from ahead. The tanks are on siege. Yeah, massive pick up here, massive catch. Tanks have to get the hell out of here. That's pick up by Percival. Ooh, Storm in the fire. Storm takes it away again. There's still plenty of storms left over. Saves the Archon. Oh god. Prism does go down at least. Takes out the Prism. But Percival is contained for now. Now, what's important about what just happened? Percival, he bled out Marines, but the tank count, he's got 5. This is a pretty hefty tank count. He's got 5 tanks. He's got 2 Liberators. He's gonna get a 6th tank as well. Like, unironically, if we pull the boys for a second time, this could kill. This still has potential, depending on the storms. That's the big caveat here. There's still 5 Templar. There's still 5 storms. If we can minimize storm damage, then maybe. For a storm, oh, it does land. And again, storms, they're not just doing damage, they're zoning, right? They're slowing down the push. They're slowing down the all-in. It's buying time. You can see that we're slowly defrogging forward. Percival is hoping to try to bait the army within tank range. So there's another storm. There's 6 Templar. Again, Percival, he's slowly gaining ground, but the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Classic. Classic is warping in more Stalkers, more Zealots, more High Templar. Ooh, Liberator goes down. Overextension there from Percival. He just wants to get across the map. He's trying. He's trying to get across. Disruptors are now on the way, Jesus. Does have his 6 tanks. Oh no, he overextends. Yeah, he overextends. 1 tank goes down. Storm in the fire. 2nd tank pulls. 3rd tank as well. Yeah, he stepped too far forward with those tanks. And with that, Classic will swallow up the army. GG gets called, and Classic, looking to tie the series, puts a point on the board. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Ay, ay, ay. As we're getting into our next game. And again, Percival, he was so close to 3-0ing, by the way. Percival, he was achieving so much with his initial all-in, was able to break the 3rd base, but again, was a little bit inattentive, took a massive storm to the face, lost the all-in, lost his army, and from there, Classic was able to stabilize and snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. The series will continue. Now, Percival is still 1 game away, and I will favor Percival coming into the next map. Where are we dropping? Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Aggression and all-ins are favored on Ruby Rock, and we are expecting to see an all-in. We're expecting to see an all-in out of Percival here. Defending against that all-in is going to be much more difficult on Ruby Rock. We'll see. We'll see how our players will approach this. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 2-1 and 1 game away from claiming the series and becoming the December champion. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. I saw someone that was signed out in the chat that was clowning, probably was clowning, asking for the real Classic. If you maybe don't watch a lot of StarCraft, you may not be familiar, but we have seen Percival take it to players like Classic, like Hero, like Max Packs in the past. There's a say that Percival, his best matchup is TVP. I would say that his worst matchup is TVZ. Like that, I say worst matchup, that's his weakest matchup. And he has been actively working on his TVT, which we saw against ByuN. But again, if you're a little bit unfamiliar, then seeing Percival take it to some of the top Protoss players might be surprising to you. But like, I would say this is the matchup where Percival can cause the most upsets. As you've already kind of seen here, Percival is hyper aggressive, is very, very aggressive in TVP, and we have seen him take down the best Protoss players in the world before. He's not favored. I wouldn't say that. I'd still say he's not favored, but like, this is the matchup where he can pop off. Speaking of popping off, we have 1 Rax at home and 1 proxied across the map. Let's go. Let us go. Have our proxy across the map, opening up 2 racks. Curious to see what is done with this and whether we plan on going for proxy marauder. whether we go for the tech lab. And again, welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock has a much shorter rush distance by ground. Shorter rush distance. And show us that tech lab. There it is, Proxy Marauder. So this is a very risky maneuver here. The goal here, of course, is hoping that Classic goes for a standard opener and to catch out the first key units with said Marauders with Concussive Shell. Concussive Shell Marauders, they can shut down Stalkers real hard, real fast, and real quick if we can bank this up and keep this hidden. Now, if you remember, Classic, he was so vigilant when it came to scouting last game. He was checking the 3rd, the 4th base locations. This time, I don't see any scouting. This time, Classic is not checking. He moves out across the map. He saw the CC on location. He saw the racks at home. He didn't go further in. The Twilight Council opener out of Classic. And does Classic cut corners here? Does he scout nearby? Does he get into the main base? He's not going for a sentry, for example. No hallucination scouts. What can he get done with the Adept? What vision can he get, I should say? As the Adept does shade in. Will delay the CC, but this doesn't really matter as much because how many Marauders do we have? 2. 3rd Marauders on the way. We have the SCV, we have the Marines as well. No safety shield battery. There's going to be 1 Stalker defensively and no warp gate. Remember, there's no warp gate. Adept is across the map. 1 Stalker to defend, and the bunker's being thrown down. The Marauders have controlled the low ground. They have controlled the natural. There's that 1 Stalker. And Classic, oh, has to be so careful. Has to be so careful with that Stalker. The boys are being pulled. He's trying to focus on the Marauders. Nice control here by Percival. He does pull back. Yeah, pulls back the Marauder. He's so close to the Stalker. He wants it. Oh, he gets it. No. Gets the Stalker. Stalker goes down. Massive pickoff. No Stalker. No Adept. The pylon goes down. Depowers the shield battery. There's a second Adept coming in. The bunker's not done. The SCV. The SCV is being chased down. The SCV falls, so no bunker. And Classic, it looks like he may be able to defend his ramp at least. There's a cancellation. Yo, Stim is on the way. Let's go. He scans. I was hoping to catch that Stalker. Wanted to catch the Stalker here. Now up to 3 Marauders. Does kind of back, killing a little probes. He wants that Stalker. He does get it. Takes down one of the Stalkers. Warp gate is now done. And Classic defense. And Classic, he will hold on. But at a cost of 12 probes. Now, is this enough damage? Bearing in mind that behind this, we're going for a 4 racks follow-up Stim timing. Do you have a Stim timing? Now, Classic, he's hunting down that racks. He knows it's somewhere, and it looks like he may be able to deny Stim. That's going to be huge. That is going to be huge. Yeah, Percival is going to try to save it, but I'm not sure he can. Oh, gets a Stalker. Okay, that should not have happened. 1 Stalker falls, and Percival, he should wait for the Marauder. So we have to wait for the Marauder, then catch the Stalker, and then come in with the reinforcements. Oh, he goes in a little bit earlier. Yeah, it goes in earlier. Does try to zone away. Oh, will barely not lose the Marauder. Gets a Stalker. Uh-oh. Takes on the Stalker, saves the Marauder just barely. Stim will finish. We have DTs on the way for Classic. You have the Dark Shrine. Let's go. I mean, there are going to be limited scans. Another Marauder. The Marauder goes down. Nice pick up there by Classic. Again, he can out-control these Marines. At least pre-Stim. But he will lose another Stalker. Yeah, another Stalker goes down. Shield battery's repowered. Oh. Okay, first he has to calm down. First he pulls away. He does have Stim, but he's holding onto it. He's holding onto Stim. Behind this still rallying. Remember, he has a 4-rack setup. Classic is barely holding on. Behind this he's going for a very high gateway count actually. But defensive DTs, I mean, they can shut Percival down. I say defensive DTs, they move out across the map. Ah, this is turret. No shot. There's a blind turret at home. He's crazy. The DT doesn't lift. That doesn't lift. There's defensive DTs as well. Do we have a scan? He's Classic. He defends. Classic does defend. He shuts down the Marauders. DTs are across the map. They're back at home. Yeah, Percival, he wasn't able to lift in time, and Classic, he's going to shut Percival down. The Invisible Man, Batty. The Invisible Man. It's too much. That's going to be 7 dead SCVs. Now, we're in a really weird game state where Classic, he does defend, but he's still on 2 bases. Like Classic, he never took a third just because it's been so safe, right? Because he went into the Dark Shrine, into the Robo, into the 4-gate setup as well. So Classic has also been playing 2 base. So Classic's economic lead here isn't as great as it otherwise should be in a regular game. So he doesn't have a great economy to work with. He doesn't have a large, or as large of an army as he otherwise should have either. Classic's moving out. So it's Percival. Uh-oh. Percival going for a double drop. Percival, he barely has anything at home to defend. Oh, but he can catch. He can catch out the Stalkers. Can he bait the blink? Can he bait him? Tries to blink away. There's a stim, and he's going to be chased down. Glues 1, 2, 3 Stalkers. 4? No shot. Massive pickups. Colossus on the way, but that's a massive loss for Classic. He has no army, and again, he has a limited economy. He can't afford this. He can't afford these losses. No shot. Like, even if the Colossus pops, there's a chance here that Percival can just break through. He can just stim in. He has a high enough Marauder count where he might just break the Colossi. DT counterattack. There's a scan, but there's not really much here to work with, so DTs are saved. It's just not a lot of DPS here for Percival. And we get spotted. Colossus has arrived. Percival, does he dive? Yeah, he's going for it. He tries to go for the dive, and the Colossus gets a lot of hits in. Yeah, the Marines, they get shut down. Classic holds. Classic, he holds on. Still very tense. HG's into the mineral line. Getting 5, 6, 7 SCVs. Every worker counts. As we're in such a low eco situation for both players. The Winter Mine's up! Oh my god. Ah, there's a Viking. Yeah, there's a Viking anyway. So this should be cleaned up. Might get an extra couple of SCVs. Recalls back home. Losing a Dark Templar. Does lose a Templar. Still very tense. But Percival's expanding. I mean, this is a sign here that we're building up into the mid game. Percival is getting his 3rd TC, so it's Classic. I would say that Percival has the greater economy currently, thanks to the mules. Again, typically in a TVP matchup, the Protoss player wants to be up a base to be equivalent in economy. So the late 3rd base here is hurting Classic that much more. Percival still has momentum. Oh, getting a 2nd starport. Okay. Getting up to double starport, double reactor, mass Viking production. I mean, that will help against the Colossi. It's going to be a lot of Vikings. I mean, currently the Colossus are the only splash damage here. Ghost Academy's on the way, building up and taking up into Ghosts. Percival just posturing. Yeah, stims in, catching a Stalker. Can he get the Colossus? He gets 1. Ah, barely not. Clutch shield battery. Colossus barely survives. I spoke too soon. 1 Colossus does go down. The DT getting free damage. Gets 2. Gets 2 Colossus, but barely doesn't have enough. Oh my god. Yeah, barely not enough. Still a better trade for the Terran though. And the Marauders, the pickup micro. Oh, Jesus, he was dodging Stalker shots. He's crazy. He was dodging shots. Colossus barely survives on 14 HP. And remember, Percival, he does have that 2nd starport. Nice catch on the Dark Templar. Storm is not even halfway done. Percival, can he break Classic before Storm finishes? He may be able to. Yeah, Colossus goes down. Late energy overcharge. Vikings are landing, and Percival, he's doing it. Percival, he's done it here. No Storm, no Colossus. He stims on in. He stims and he wins. And there's a world out there where he could have 3-0'd, but he wasn't quite able to. Classic, he was able to barely clutch out with the Storm, but this time there is no Storm. Colossus now has arrived, but there's no support. There's no support, only 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers, Patty. Colossus, get out of here. Has to pull away. Gonna be chased down. Clutch shield battery. That batteries do keep alive a little bit longer here, but there it is. Percival, he overwhelms. GG gets called the 1G, Fabian Percival. He will take the series 3-1, becoming this month's Sparkling Tuna Cup 2025 December champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Ay. Percival able to pop off this month. Oh my god. Calm down, Percival, calm down. GG, well played. Congratulations, Percival. He was able to pop off here, not just in the finals, but on his way to the finals as well. Congratulations to Percival. Fun fact, Percival, he did make it, of course, into the event, but he didn't even win a Tuna Cup in the lead up to this, right? Like he's typically like a top 4 kind of player, like a top 4, maybe sometimes a top 2 player when it comes to the Open Cups. But here he did pop off. Very impressive display here from Percival to be able to claim the series. As you can see here, Percival, it was not easy. He took down RERUN, the TVT sniper, 2-0. Honestly, that was also a really fun series. If you maybe tuned in towards the end of the broadcast, I do recommend RERUN versus Percival, because that was a very, very exciting, very intense TVT. But Percival did take down ByuN 2-0. Then we had Percival versus ByuN, which could have gone either way, right? It went all the way down to the ace match. It went all the way down to proxy 2-racks versus proxy 2-racks. Like 2 SCVs versus 2 SCVs, like a crazy situation here, where Percival barely took down ByuN 3-2, barely shut him down. And then we had the hyper aggressive Percival shut down Classic. And to be fair, there was also aggression from Classic in game 2 on the Old Republic. Remember, it was Percival that forced an awkward position out of Classic, and Classic who reacted with a proxy with a 3-gate response. So even Classic was also kind of getting down and dirty with Percival as well. But in the end, Percival was able to punish Classic, able to bully him back. And again, if you missed out on the games, I do recommend them. Percival, he had an amazing display of micro. Like, there was some clutch moves out of Percival when it came to juggling tanks, juggling Marines, juggling Marauders. Like, again, his micro, his control here was insane. I do think that was on clear display, and not just in this series, but in previous games as well. So really impressive play there by Percival. He's a very fast player, very micro intensive player as well, and that's why he can really excel in these scrappy kind of early to mid game situations. As I mentioned in the lead up to this series, Percival, he is known for being hyper aggressive in TVP. This is where he can cause some upsets, and where he can slip up players like Classic, Max Pax, and Hero. Like, the 3 best Protoss players in the world do drop maps and do drop series to Percival, just because he's so in your face, so intense, so aggressive. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive performance here by Percival. Very nicely done. Again, taking down RERUN, ByuN, and Classic. Shout out to Classic. He didn't drop a single map leading into this tournament, leading into the finals. He 2-0'd Christiana and he 3-0'd Trigger, right? Like, Classic, he did well for himself making it to the finals. He went undefeated. But again, in the more chaotic series that was this finals, that is where Percival was able to excel. GG, well played. Congratulations to Percival. GG, well played. And again, a shout out to Classic for making it to the finals. Did full here, but shout out nonetheless. GG, well played. GG, well played. So, is it just me, or Classic has lost a bit of his aura and level of play? No, I would disagree with that. I would say that Classic right now, I mean, there's a reason why, if you watched RSL, if you maybe don't watch a lot of StarCraft, RSL was a rival StarCraft league. Classic came second in that tournament. That was like a big offline event in Korea. That was like 2 weeks ago. Classic got second place. He got second to Hero, and that best of 7 went all the way to the ace match, right? I believe it went all the way to game 7. So again, Classic barely came second to Hero in those finals of RSL. Again, that was 2 weeks ago. That was mid-December. So yeah, the Classic, he's in form. Like, he's in form. It's looking good. Again, it's just Percival looking very insane tonight. Hyper aggressive, very intense games. GG, well played. World champion, second place in EWC, but again, second place in RSL, which was a couple of weeks ago, which is more recent. So again, Classic, he's had some really good results. Oh, sick run by Percival. Yeah, for sure. Yo, shout out to Estemana. Share my Estemana in the chat. GG, well played. But for those that are maybe tuning in, for the first time, for those that maybe don't follow us here, welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is a weekly tournament every single week, and again, this is we've been running Tuna Cup since 2021. It's been years, man. It's been years. It's been a long time coming, right? A long time coming. But Tuna Cup has been running for a long time, longer than all the other Open Cups out there, of course. And for the end of this year, we had a bunch of monthly finals. I will say that this is not usually the case. Usually we just have Open Cups, just like all the other Open Cups, like the Wardy TV Mondays, or the Monday Night Weeklies, or the Pegasus Cups. Usually our events are just Open Cups, just like them. But for September, October, November, and December, because of a very generous and very passionate fan in the chat, we were able to host some monthly finals. Basically, if you were here for it, it was back in August. We had a $2,000 donation, which is split into 4 $500 monthly finals. So again, all that money, 100% of that money went towards all these monthly finals for September, October, November, and December. So thank you so much to the very generous and anonymous donator in the chat for the support, for allowing us to host these monthly finals for the past 4 months. Thank you so much to round off and to end 2025. Otherwise, usually these events are weeklies and they are funded via Patreon. If you want to support these tournaments, if you want to support the players, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund these events on a regular basis, and there is a stretch goal on Patreon to be able to fund monthlies, but it's quite a long stretch goal. Like the monthlies, it is going to be quite a lot more to be able to fund that, but if you want to help us grow the Tuna Cup and to reach the end goal of being able to self-fund and self-afford these monthly finals on a regular basis again coming into 2026, then help us out over on Patreon. Again, there's a weekly tournament every single week. We have the Tuna Cups, and coming into January, we're going to be going back to just regular weeklies, until unless, you know, maybe we get another big generous donation, or if we reach the goal on Patreon to be able to grow our event to be able to fund monthly tournaments, like monthly finals after all the Open Cups. For now though, again, we're going back to the Open Cups, and I hope you all had a great end of year, right? Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. You know, we're just wrapping up, and we're a couple of days away from New Year's as we wrap up 2025, and what a way to wrap it up as well. And very quickly, hold on, did he win a Tuna Cup this year? Like he's been grinding, he's been doing well for himself, don't get me wrong. I'm curious. Let's see. No shot. So I'm quickly having a look at Wikipedia. This year, Percival, is this his first win? No shot. Fun fact, so Percival, congratulations by the way for being the final 2025 Tuna Cup champion. He has not won a weekly this year. I say this year because I'm pretty sure he has won weeklies in the past, like in 2024 and 2023, like in the history of Tuna Cup, like he must have. No, this is his first win. He hasn't even won one of the weeklies, Fabi. Sorry, I was just checking. In the history of Tuna Cup, and again, we've been running this event since 2022. That's it, 2022. Percival, this is his first time winning, and it was a monthly finals as well. Este Percival, GG, well played. In the past, he's gotten plenty of second places. He got second place in July in Tuna Cup number 96. He got second place in 97. He got second place in 102. He got second place in 114, 115. Again, we've had a lot of weeklies. But yeah, Percival, he has gotten a bunch of second places, but never has he gotten first place. So what a first place win, especially to end the year, and the monthly finals as well. Big prize pool, might be big prize pool, $500 prize pool. So congratulations, even bigger congratulations here for Percival. GG, well played, and it bodes well. It bodes well for Percival moving into next year. I would say that Percival, he is one of the rising stars of 2025. I say one of because there are other players that have also been improving a lot. I'm thinking of players like Shameless. Like Shameless comes to mind. Like Shameless, he has also improved so much. I would say that his big spike was last year in 2024, in my mind at least. Like Shameless, like his year was 2024. Yakov has been back, but Yakov has been around for a while. So, and remember, Percival, he retired at the start of the year. Sorry, end of last year. Like Percival, he retired for a good chunk of time, then he came back and he's been on that grind and he's been improving a lot. GG. This bodes well for next year for Percival. Keep an eye on him as he might become more of a regular when it comes to making it far and deep in these tournaments. I should also mention that all these second places that Percival had were within the last like couple of months. Like I'm thinking like November onwards. So it's like a recent like spike in performance and skill from Percival, where he has been getting these second places. So really well done. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Do check out Percival, as he does stream quite often on his personal channel. Shout out to Trigger. He gave us a raid earlier, and he is also a very frequent streamer as of late. Sort of, he gave us a big raid earlier as well. So big shout out to Sort of, to Trigger, to Percival, to Babylings as well. Babylings also gave us a raid at the beginning of the stream. He was twice in the finals, 8th and 13th of July. Exactly. Like he only like finals as in only second places until now. Crazy. First of all, he took the Sue aura. He did. Up until now, though. Only second places until now. That tank micro was crazy. First of all, just locked in. He did. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys next time. Very quickly, when it comes to the rest of our schedule, bam, you can see you can see our schedule before us. Happy New Year. It looks, as you can see, usually we're live every day. Usually we're live every single day, sometimes even multiple times a day. But coming into the new year, we have some days off. We have some days off intentionally. If I really wanted to, I could get some replays. I could cast like some Monday Night Weekly replays. I could do like a replay cast of Waterfall Cup, of Hatchery Cup as well. If I really wanted to, like, we could still have some broadcasts here, but we want to take some time off, a bit of a break here. So we have 4 days off. Tomorrow we should be live with the Wardy TV Monday, and then we have a couple of days off. We have a KSL on Saturday. That's going to be the Korean StarCraft League. But yes, we do have some days off here in the middle of the week. So Happy New Year's, happy holidays, enjoy the end of year. Hopefully you have some time off. Hopefully you can just chill, calm down. We might not be live with StarCraft, but I'm sure some of the other channels will be. I'm sure maybe Wardy or some of the other channels will be hosting their events. Pigastar Cup is on hiatus, so Pigastar Cup, they're taking a break. That's why we're not doing a Pigastar Cup cast. Tuna Cup, we're taking a break as well. You can see Sparkling Tuna Cup is usually on Sundays. Not this week. We're taking a break because of New Year's. So again, a bunch of tournaments are taking breaks because of New Year's. They're slowing down. So enjoy yourselves. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. If you want to support us in other ways, you can follow us on all the socials: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We are live on YouTube at the same time, and we also upload to YouTube on a daily basis. So if you enjoy the cast, and if you want to watch some of the games, and if you missed RERUN versus Percival, then check it out on YouTube. It's the VODs are all there under the live tab, and eventually uploaded individually as well. So check it out over on YouTube. Otherwise, gonna head off. It is almost 2 a.m. Sorry, 1 a.m. It's almost 1 a.m. here. Very late. Don't tempt us to tempt you. I know. But with that, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys most likely tomorrow for Wardy TV Monday. I say most likely. That's gonna be a replay cast, but I don't have the replays yet from Wardy. So tentatively we'll be live tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll be live on Saturday for KSL, for the Korean StarCraft League. Have a great time. Happy holidays. Happy New Year's. Take care. Ciao. Baby ciao. Hasta luego. Take care.